morning and welcome to the classiest place on earth. Good morning, everyone. How the fuck are you doing? I apologize. I hit the pre-roll and it didn't run, so I had to run it again, I guess. I don't fucking know. Nothing works. Good morning. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Sunday Bunday. Oh, I like that. I've never thought of Sunday Bunday before. That's a good one. Good morning, Slurm. How are you? Good morning, BDO. Good morning, Viata. Shall we cheers? I cleaned my bong and I just ground some weed up while I was waiting for the pre-roll to run. Actually, I think I have a stoner bowl. A little bit of a stoner bowl. Good morning, Hollow Jack. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Olakin, good morning. Where is my There she is. Just kidding. I'm fine. Oh, what a good song to roll into. Are you having fun? How are you all doing? I hope you're doing well. I stayed up real late last night. Don't be scared. Don't be shy. Come on in. The water's fine. Ugh, no, it's not. I love that the ClassyKatie on your mic is on fire. Oh my god, what is that from? Oh, it's the fireplace monitor. That's really cool. It's just the fireplace. That's pretty sick. I didn't even notice it. That's pretty cool. It's literally just my other monitor reflecting on it, but that is pretty cool. We're on fire today, motherfuckers. Good eyes, BDO. Got your bowl packed? Fuck yeah. What are you smoking today? I just have lilac diesel. It's my favorite strain, but it's what I ground up. We stayed up late because we saw Wakanda Forever. Oh my god, was it good? How was it? Oh, how was Wakanda Forever? Was it amazing? I've heard really good things. Oh my god. Wait, is that Katie's total? Like, final total? Katie's my hero. Actually, y'all are my hero because our communities are quite interbred and you did this and that's fucking beautiful. 6,969 and 69. Fuck, that's beautiful. I love that so much. That's beautiful. But she just had to wear it because it was part of her spring collection. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta read the whole thing out loud. So earlier, the girlfriend went head over feet downstairs, warned her not to wear that slinky dress, but she just had to wear it because it was part of her spring collection. Goddamn. Fucking Christ. My friend was like, "Is it supposed to be so quiet? Wait, are you crying me?" I was crying at the preview. I cried just watching an interview of the women. I'm not even kidding you, Cocky. I watched, oh god, I think it was like Jimmy Kimmel or one of the late night shows, and they interviewed the three main women, like the princess, the sister, and one of the warriors. The three, like, they're badass bitches, and they were just talking about not. They hadn't even mentioned what's his fuck yet. Oh my god, Chadwick. Chadwick is his last name. They hadn't even mentioned him yet, and I was just bawling my fucking eyes out. Like, I give a shit, you say the whole world's ending, honey, it already did. All right, let's cheers, motherfuckers. I was just about to pack. Chadwick Boseman. Thank you, Lizzie. Chadwick Boseman. Yes. If you don't know, if you don't like Black Panther, if you didn't see Black Panther, the main character of Black Panther passed away of stomach cancer, and it was fucking tragic. And they're carrying on with the series, and like the girls were breaking down, and I was just like, bah. I love that movie, though. I really like Black Panther. It's got the best soundtrack of all the superhero movies, in my opinion. Cheers. You saw it too, Vex? It was everything you wanted it to be? Oh, I'm so happy. Wait. Suri, like, in real life is anti-vax? But she's a scientist. Like Suri in the movie? Good morning, Rob. Cheers. Fuck. It's my favorite too. Vex, I really like it. Like, I really liked the first Wonder Woman movie. And granted, I cross over. DC and Marvel in my head are all the same thing. They're just superhero movies. So please forgive me if I'm not going to talk about just one because I can't separate them. I think DC is darker, right? That's what people have told me, like, when you think about the like, Batman is DC, right? Like, DC tends to be the darker, more malevolent side of it, I guess. Yeah, I really liked Wonder Woman, though, but, I don't I know it's just me, there's nothing wrong with the movies, but when they start, just putting too many superheroes in one movie, I just don't care anymore. It's like I don't have a vested interest in any one character anymore. It's just too much. I don't know. I know that's just me. I know I really liked, oh god, no, Wanda, it was the new movie was the Doctor Strange one technically, but it had Wanda in it, yeah? I can't remember what it was called, but it was so fucking good. I saw it in theaters. The new Doctor Who? No, Katie. No, Doctor Strange. Catherine. WandaVision was the show, but then the movie that just came out, it's like Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Yeah. I had to take it back because that's one where there's more than one. There's definitely more than one like superhero, but that was done so fucking well. If you didn't see Multiverse of Madness, I left that theater like, holy shit, that might be one of the best movies I've ever seen. That movie fucked me up. It was so good. It's really tough, Vex. I agree. And I just don't like I know that they're putting all the characters together because they want to get more like, if Wonder Woman's in something and I'm a Wonder Woman fan, I'm more likely to go pay money and go see it. I get that. But I just like it kind of takes away from like I really like Iron Man 1. I love Captain America 1. I think those are really really good movies. But once they start getting into the Avengers, it's just it's action porn, which is fine. I get it. Some people are into action porn. I really like the more deep, dark, like Wanda. The story of Wanda is just why is heartbreaking to me. She's so I feel so much for her. Kelty, thank you for gifting a sub to LZT. LZT use about was to the highest order. Thanks to Kelty. Go forth and be consensual in every way. I appreciate you being here today. Thank you. I'm not big on superhero movies. I just don't really vibe with the genre. But Into the Spider-Verse really hit the spot. Into the Spider-Verse was like I really like Spider-Man, aside from the fact that he doesn't have his testicles on his hands, which still bothers me. Speaking of, we have a video we have to watch today. Oh my god, I almost forgot. I literally wrote it down on my pad of paper today to remind myself that we had to watch it together. I love Spider-Man, but Spider-Verse was maybe the best one. Like, hate me. That was easily one of the best Spider-Man movies. It was so good. The Avengers and Justice League is just too much. Exactly, Cocky. That's what I feel. It's too much for me to pay attention to. It's just like, and then this is another thing that's just, I know it's just me, but I have a really strange pet peeve with all of these superhero movies. Like, they're superheroes, right? Like, Wanda's got some fucking crazy psychic witch powers, so on and so forth. And yet, 9 times out of 10, the fights are just karate in the air. Just like, why are they just trying to make the guy with the bow feel better? I don't know. That bothered that I'm like, you're superheroes, like use your super. But it just ends up a bunch of punching in the air, and I'm like, okay. I really liked in WandaVision the fight between her and the witch I can never remember the name of. The actress. I love the actress. I can never remember her name either. She's so fucking funny. She's in Step Brothers, and she fucking makes me cry with laughter. But that was like one of the first fights I think that was the fight I realized why the Avengers bugged me. I was like, "Oh, this is why the Avengers bother me because they never use their powers." I love Elizabeth Olsen. Yeah, she's great. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Missy. I'm sorry. Well, it's your name I see. She doesn't have a screen name. You know how it goes. Katie meets Spider-Man, looks at his hands, where are your balls? I'm not even kidding you. And I have the best video. Cool visually, like literally, but wouldn't like with all the money and the CGI powers you have, like give me some magical powers. Hi Viper, how are you? I've been good. How are you? Catherine Hahn, that is her name. I love her. I want to put you up in my vagina and keep you there all warm and safe. Oh, she's comedic genius. I just fucking worship her. Multiverse of Madness did it well with the music fight and creative magic. It was beautiful. Multiverse was so good. That was one of the best movies I've seen come out of those things. Psychic Queen can't figure out something else to do with the fisticuffs. Like right? Like the Catherine Hahn who plays Oh God, what is her witch name? She's got some crazy. It's like Hagatha or something. Some crazy witch name. Like she is. If you look into the lore of Agatha, it's not Hagatha. Agatha, thank you. She is like arguably the most powerful being. Her power is eating your power. Like she eats other people's power. And I was glad that they actually used that. Like they flew in the air. And if you haven't watched WandaVision, it's been out for a while. I can't really claim spoilers at this point. But the end battle was fucking epic. It's one of the best end battles that's come out of a superhero movie, in my opinion. What up, Naughty Reaper? How are you? She played Agatha, getting her own spinoff show. Oh, shut up, Biff. Is she getting her own spinoff show? Oh my God, I'm going to have a fucking boner for that. That makes me so happy. I wanted so much of her. Like when they, in WandaVision, when they started going through her backstory a little bit, like you get an episode, like a little basic taste of her backstory. I was like, oh my fucking God. Like she's a bitch. She's a witch. She's a Salem witch kind of story. Like gimme. Give it to me. Fucking give it to me. Loved it. It was one of the best origin stories. I'm real excited for that. That's exciting. I'm real excited for that. That's exciting. I can come up with a new word, I promise. Also, reminders, movies are entertainment meant to suspend reality. I feel like people lose track of that sometimes. 100% yes. Especially when people come at other people for liking movies. That's the one, like, I would never be like, oh my God, you like those Avengers movies? That shit, what is that? That's not gaslighting. There's a term for it. What is it? I don't like that at all. Like, enjoy things. They're movies meant for entertainment. Like, I'm still entertained. Like Hockey said, they're visually appealing. Like, we watch them because they're still fucking cool. It's like saying my favorite Nine Inch Nails album is The Fragile. It doesn't mean I don't like all the other albums. But that gatekeeping shit, yeah, fuck that. Oh my God. Are you watching Legion? Are you what? There's a dog hair on my face. I can feel it. Are you watching Legion? Who started Legion and how far are you and how do you love it? Sean, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving an 8 swings, motherfucker. How did I miss that?
Thank you.
Where are my balls? Under my chinny chin chin. I feel like there's a fuzz on my nose. Dog hair, they're everywhere. With how much I vacuum, it's truly a mystery. The House of Harkness. Is that what it's gonna be called? Oh, it's called Agatha and the Coven of Chaos. Oh, wait, Aubrey's in the new Agatha show. Shut up. Is she a witch? Shut up. Is she a witch? I'm going to die. Oh my God, Rob. What? Seriously, were we wrong? I'd say was I wrong, but all of chat backed me up and how cool that show is. Is there any way to describe it though? Viper, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving an 8 swings for 58 fucking months. That's a really long time. Jesus Christ.
I love you.
Take your fucking joy.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
My balls are in my abdomen where they belong. I'm one of those people that want Aubrey Plaza to bully the fuck out of them. Dude, I would let her rip me apart. 100%. I'd be like, do you mind if I finger myself while you just like berate me for an hour? Thank you. Cocky, thank you for the biddies. Happy 4. It was British 420 just like 6 minutes ago-ish. There was dog hair in the cocaine. Dude, the amount of dog hair I've smoked in my bowl. It's probably like before I had the poodles really don't shed that much. It's just every once in a while one of these long, thin little curly hairs come off of them and it gets in the air. I had a pug for many years. And if you've ever had a pug or a dog that has fur like a pug, they're like those short pine needle hairs that shed 24/7. Never stops. Ever. It's just constant. I used to make jokes about how when I die, they'll autopsy me and it'll just be like, pooh, pug hair will just come out of me. I'm stuffed with pug hair. And when I was desperate for weed and I was living in an illegal state, I had like a shoebox where I kept all my weed stuff. And I would like take all the weed stuff out and then knock all the, the shag weed that had fallen down into the box, into a corner, all the fucking like keef and probably dust and dead skin cells and whatever, because you're desperate. And there would be so much pug hair in it. And I was just like, you know what? This is our life though. Like, what are you going to do? Right? I've smoked worse. I've smoked resin. Cute. Oh my God, though. Is that danger face? Wait, confirm anytime I met, the days when you're scraping the box because you're stressed, but you got to move on with your day. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Trekkie. How are you? Tray weed for us. Yep. Tray weed. all the same. Yeah. That's Missy. Sheds 24/7 and gets everywhere. I feel like that can be said for any small breed short hair. I think that's why they're so soft, right, Kelty? Like, I've seen Missy. I know she looks like satin. She looks like silk. Millie was the same. Till the day she passed, she was so soft, like silk. Just the softest dog I've ever owned in my entire life. Like, it was crazy. And I think it's because she shed so much. Like, she always had new hair coming in, so she just felt like silk all the time. I miss Millie too, Red. We stand for her always. I have pictures of her literally all around me in various corners of the house that the community has like commissioned from artists and stuff to paint for me. She's around me all the time. Like the first year, I couldn't even look at a pug. Like I couldn't even look at a pug on Instagram. But I'm at the point where if I sit and think too long, I'll start crying. But most of it is just happiness. Like, I miss her, but it's happy thoughts at this point, you know what I mean? The CK loop in the bottom left corner was distracted. I'm so sorry. I found a folder on my computer full of ancient, glorious gifs of myself from way back in the day, and I just decided that was a good one because it was perfectly looped. It's also I'm high as fuck off catnip. Oh, do their eyes dilate like that? We have a container that we put our tray weed in to reduce the hair and dust until we're desperate. That's smart, honestly. I have this is like my weed box now because it's literally for when I go on car trips because it has a lock and it's smell proof. But I don't ever like even open a weed thing near this because it's all like material. Like it would just be lost inside. All the weedness would be just lost forever in there. And it would be horrible. So I only open it on like a book or tray or something on my desk. And I try to clean it up as I go. Thank you for the hype train, by the way. I just realized it's almost over, but thank you. I should give Missy a bath. I just gave the dogs baths. That was hell. The giraffe I am a giraffe. I am the human embodiment of a giraffe. Tall and awkward, and I fight with my neck. What the fuck? I swear to God, there's a dog. Oh my God, I got it. There was a dog hair on my face. Mary Elizabeth Berry, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving Nate swings. I appreciate you.
Happy 6 months.
Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing is sexier. Yes, go get ready for work. Be safe. We'll be here for cheersing. I will cheers you on your way. Cheers if you'd like, guys. If you're new to my channel or just swinging by, I smoke a lot of pot. It's legal where I live. That being said, I don't we cheers all day, and you'll see cheerses cheers points redemptions in chat, and you could just type cheers and a little alert will happen. Don't try to keep up. I highly don't advise it. You will smoke yourself into oblivion. I don't even cheers every single time these fools cheers. Some of these fools smoke more pot than me, and it's astronomical. But cheers if you want. And take your fucking joy. Exactly. Cheers with whatever substance you want, even if it's water. Hydrate. Seriously, we are professional potheads. I've been smoking at least an ounce a month for 10 plus years. And that's not me trying to flex or anything. I just don't want anyone being like, oh, I found a cool community that smokes. And then you get so fucking high you can't function or you smoke all your pot. Like, don't do that. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Take it slow. I know. Well, Red, I've been smoking pot since, it sounds horrible as an adult to say it, but I've been smoking since I was 11 years old. Not as consistently as now, obviously. But when I found weed, I was like, oh my God, is this what people feel like all the time? It was a miracle. Good morning, Miniman. How are you, love? Only 10 years, Cocky. I mean, if you think about it with the legalization, you're an elder pothead. That's elder. 5 years is an elder pothead. When was weed when was weed officially legalized in Colorado and Washington? It was 2004, 14, 13? 13 or 14, I think. Not even 10 years ago. We're the elders. It's weird. Maintain, exactly. At your own pace, though. We only want you to be happy, and if you refuse, we won't be held accountable for what you do. Take your joy in my head rent free since Thursday. I'm 34 too, and I started when I was 11. I mean, I didn't start consistently smoking, but 11 was when I first. That was when I've told you guys the story of how we cut a chunk of screen door out of a screen door of my parents' house and stuffed it into one of my biological dead father's antique tobacco pipes. Pretty sure I got high off of the screen door, not so much the shag weed we had, but it was an experience. Dude, Robin, that's how I feel. Like when I say that, when I'm like I to think of an 11-year-old smoking pot, like the mental image, it's like when you see a monkey smoke a cigarette. It doesn't like to me, who did it, it doesn't feel right at all. My joy command doesn't work. Did Goexler just poop? Did Goexler just take a shiza on me? No, it didn't. Oh, it's just being weird. It was turned down. I'm sorry. Take your fucking joy, motherfuckers. But yeah, like when you think of an 11-year-old like smoking, like doing what I did, my sister and I literally were like, "Oh, we don't have a screen, and like the weed will fall through because the tobacco pipe, the hole is really big because tobacco tends to be like really like spindly, like sticky and stringy. And I don't know, it sticks together. Whereas weed would just fall through the hole the second you sucked on the pipe. So we were like, oh shit, what can we use? Like an 11-year-old. I was 11 and I was fucking already a little tinkering pothead cutting chunks out of screen doors. What the fuck? I was born for this life. But don't do that. If you didn't know, screen door screens are covered in a million different chemicals that make them rust-proof, waterproof, etc. That's what I mean, literally, I still remember it to this day. We smoked it. We went back inside into my little basement and I sat on my couch and my like TV static did this around my vision until all I had was a pinpoint and I watched some fucked up movie. I don't even remember what it was anymore. I watched something that fucked me up and I just like fell asleep on the couch because I couldn't see. Weed doesn't do that. Pretty positive that was screen door chemical. I wasn't that smart. Well, Viper, so here's the thing. We were in so I've told you guys about my weird parents' house that they built when I was a kid. It was like a hexagon, but it was 3 stories, and I lived in the basement. Middle floor was like it was completely open floor plan in the middle floor. It was just the flooring was split down the middle, so half of the middle floor was carpet and half of it was stone tile. Half was kitchen, half was living room. And then the top floor was where my parents were, and at one point my brother Corey lived in the other room, and then Sarah lived up there at one point. And we all moved rooms all the time because everybody wanted the room upstairs had its own bathroom, everybody wanted it. But I stayed in the basement. And we didn't want to if we went upstairs in the middle of the night, my mom would have heard us and known we were doing something. So it was like we had to work with what was in the basement, which there were screen doors, but not tinfoil, unfortunately. Dude, right, Sarah? BDO pointed that, and now I'm just not turning the fireplace off. It looks so cool. I did not plan that at all. That is my daughter's age. I'd be furious if she smoked my stuff. We talked to her about it that she should wait until she's much older. See, and that's the thing. I'm so happy you talked to your kid about it. I'm not even kidding you. The first weed I smoked, I found in my mom's underwear drawer. Like she told me I could borrow a pair of socks or something. And in the back of her sock underwear drawer, there was a little baggie of pot. And I was like, what's that? And I took it, and then we smoked it. And then I tried to call my mom. I was like, my mom like smelled pot in the basement or something. She found out about it somehow, probably the pipe or something like that. And I was like, Mom, we found it in your room. And literally she was like, but I, I still, I, and she had nothing. I was like, okay. Good to know I can own you at 11. First time on acid, I watched The Wall. Oh my God. And only remember the animations until I watched it months later. That's a nightmare. I've done that. There's some weird, like, late night TV that would come on when I was younger and would get, like, real high, in, like, high school and middle school that was, like, giant puppet people walking around with real people, but it was like 70s old TV that was just like on for some reason. And it haunts me to this day, but I don't know what it was. It explains a lot about Katie Wiener. I'm telling you, I definitely did damage. I was, I spent, and this, I'm again not flexing and I don't encourage this. Like, I don't think there's any fucking kids that hang out on my channel. I'd be too boring for you. I'm too medical. But like, all of the drugs that I got into before the age of like 16, I took from my parents' bedroom. Like, I found it in their bedroom and I'd be like, oh, painkillers and shit. It was terrible. But I spent the vast majority of my childhood just trying to escape reality in one shape or another because I just, undiagnosed, unmedicated, blah, blah, blah. Take your joy. All the things. Was it HR Puff and stuff? That sounds really familiar. Hold on. I'm going to Google it. Do they look like very like off-putting McDonald's characters? Like a whole bunch of grimace in different colors. Hi Najeel, how are you? Hold up, I will stretch. I do want to stretch. One sec. I think it is. Yes. Yep. That is something I saw way too. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep. This shit fucking haunts me. What? What? Oh, did I just pause the music on accident? Oh no, that was the end of the song. My bad. What was that? What is HI? Like, why? Why did this exist? What was this show? That's exactly it, and it haunts me to this fucking day. Good job. That's why I got into gaming and reading. It's my escape from reality. And see, I found that later on. Gaming, big time for me. Reading, it really depends on the book. I got to get sucked in to a book. Otherwise, my brain can still like think outside of the reading I'm doing. It's very annoying. But gaming for sure helped a lot once I was able to get into that. Like, I started playing like Zelda when I was a kid and stuff like that. Goldeneye. Friend of mine drank 2 pints of straight vodka at her house once that she sneaked from her parents' cupboard. Jesus Christ, 2 pints of vodka? That's that's a lot. We were 12 and I didn't drink any. And we were joking around because you're 12. It's funny. And then she started vomiting and her parents got involved. But because her parents wanted to maintain her image, they blamed me. And we weren't allowed to be friends for the rest of our teenagehood. My dad straight up did not believe them considering I was stone cold sober. I mean, come on. Wow. I mean, this is why. Oh my God, Albell, my love, how are you? Canadian kid commercials are horrific. I grew up kind of seeing those because I lived so close to the border. We would sometimes get Canadian radio and Canadian TV horror. Y'all and your bag milk and your horrific children's shows. So Lizzie, when I was expelled when I was like in 8th grade. Um, I was, long story short, for those who don't know, expelled in 8th grade for going to school wasted and having some drugs in my locker. Pot and maybe something else. I don't remember at this point. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. When what happened was I was expelled and it was the end of the school year and basically I had to like write a letter to the superintendent promising to be a better kid and they let me back into the school for the next year. But it was the end of 8th grade going into high school. So I didn't get to go to the 8th grade graduation. I didn't get to walk. I didn't get to go to the 8th grade like trip, whatever the fuck they did. None of that. And all of my friends' parents in a small town, granted, my graduating class was literally like 32 kids. Small fucking town. All of my friends' parents were like, Katie is the worst kid in school. She is the bad influence. No one wanted their kids to hang out with me. And I shit you not, one of the parents actually, like, I used to walk to my friend, the twins friends of mine in high school, Jessica and Jess. I used to walk to their house during lunch. And their mom made a comment about how, like, they don't want me inside. Like, Katie can wait outside. Their daughters were my dealers. Like, they're the ones that gave me my drugs. And I've never forgot that. I was like, bitch, are you kidding me? You're going to make me stand outside like a dog? I'm 14. And your daughter has an ounce in her room. I was so mad. So mad. Fuck. My wife just got back from Canada yesterday. I have now experienced the glory of ketchup chips. Oh my God. All dressed, though. All dressed are Canadian, right? I think all dressed are Canadian. I travel too much. I don't know anymore. I love chips, crisps, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Tasty, crispy treats that are salty and delicious and often made of potato. I fucking love them. Both. Oh my God, all dressed are my jam. If I go to Canada, like I'll buy a case of all dressed chips to bring home. Because you don't find them here. Even on the border, we don't have all dressed. It's real weird. But they're really good if you've never had all dressed chips. Dude, right though? And we do not have them. Like, I think one time, like, many years ago, Lay's you know how Lay's every year, they're like, "We're gonna put out some weird flavors, like biscuits and gravy or something," and I think they did all dressed one year, but they don't keep them around. Can parents fuck off? Oh, it was so stupid. It was infuriating. Kids suck, but fucking adults are fucking just straight assholes. How you gonna treat a kid like that? And that's the thing, like, as a kid, I didn't think that way, but as an adult, I'm like, "You literally ostracized a 14-year-old who was" I mean, a 14-year-old getting expelled, like, if you're I was 13 at the time. If your 13-year-old went to school with a half gallon of vodka in their body and got expelled, you'd probably have like, be wondering like, "Oh, there's probably something else going on, right? Like, maybe we should hug that kid." But no, leave her outside like a fucking dog. That being said, I didn't know anything was going on with me at the time. I just, later on. Oh, voodoo well, okay. Zaps beat everything, though. It goes like Zaps, Cascade, Tim's Cascade, all dressed. You know what I'm saying? All dressed is just because we can't get them, so it sucks. Like, I get that. Zaps are everything, though. I do have a PO box. Yes, I do. Yeah, Zach and I share one. When I finally moved to like the suburb, are you gonna send me all dress chips? Oh my god, I would pay you, bitch. I want to bathe in them. When I finally moved to like the suburbs, I realized my friends were all using the quote, the kid from the ghetto taught us, end quote. My god. And all the parents hated us. So I sat all my friends' parents down and explained my involvement as well as my friends' direct involvement, and I refused to have my head stepped on. And from that point on, they all loved me. I wish I would have had the balls or even like the know how to do something like that. I was such a mousy child. Like I was around adults. Like I would just shut up and do what they said. Like I was so scared of adults. Meanwhile, when I had my 16th birthday, my parents helped me get all the beer. That's amazing. Technically, my parents helped me get the whiskey too. Unbeknownst to them. If I told them I'd smoked weed, I'd probably had a talk how they smoked in their youth. Imagine in this economy. No shit, you could get all dressed in King County in 2016, but that's so long ago now. The girl I know who was recently on a reality TV show, she got away with a lot of shit because her daddy was rich. Shocker. It was peak annoying considering we were at a state school that was underfunded, so there wasn't exactly competition. See, in my school, like my town, there was no like my family was probably the richest family, and we were poor. The median income of my town was below the like state poverty line. But they were, I mean, it's low cost of living. They work at the mill, they're happy. Not that it's, you know what I mean. It's not like everyone's like starving in the streets or anything. Is what I'm trying to say. But what I found was the kids that got away with everything were either like for some reason all the principals, like the principal of the middle school and the high school, had kids in my sister and my grade, like Sarah and my grade both. So both of us went to school with the principal's kids our entire childhood, and they were just like gods. They could walk into school 4 hours late with a Starbucks, not a Starbucks, but a coffee from AJ's Espresso because we don't have Starbucks, we had AJ's Espresso, and no one would bat an eye. Like that was the kind of thing. Or being a jock, being good at sports meant you could do whatever the fuck you want. See the reflection behind me now? The fuck? Get out of here. Get out of here. Kids drinking at school at 13 need CPS because at that age your body isn't capable of enjoying. I didn't even know what I was doing. I was bored. I'm not even kidding you. So, to make the short story long, for those who give a fuck, I woke up in the morning and a couple of my friends would take shots before school. A couple of my girlfriends would take shots before school. Yeah, we were 13. It's crazy. I know. At the time, you think you're very adult. And school has always been very boring to me. ADHD, sitting still in silence and listening to some old person talk about angles is not exactly going to capture my interest. And I was like, I wonder how I could I bet I know I could maybe spice the day up. And so what I did was I went upstairs again from the daylight from the basement into the middle floor where, all the family room and the kitchen was and everything. And we had this huge pantry. The pantry was bigger than the bathroom on that floor of the house. It was insane. And because my mom cans stuff, so it's just like canned everything. And that's where the liquor was. And I went upstairs and I was like, oh, I got to change my shirt. And I went in the pantry to close the door to change my shirt, filled a Diet Coke bottle with Seagram's Canadian whiskey, Canada, and drank the entire thing on my way to school on the bus. But my first class was PE. And so I went to PE fucking like just apparently I filled the gym with whiskey smell according to the PE teacher who I know to this day. And that he was like there was I mean you were it was comedic. It was comedic. But I was bored. That was it. I was just bored. When my parents caught me smoking weed, they told me it was cool when we did it. It's not cool anymore. Did you look at him and be like, "Did you do it because it was cool?" Because it's pretty pathetic. My mom, landlord, informed us that, quote, "If you become druggies, you will be kicked out." Mister and I just looked at each other. Oh, that's precious. My parents were scouts. I think the amount of alcohol drugs they had access to during their youth must have been amazing. Dude, I can't even fathom. So get this, my best friend in high school, I guess, we were both catchers on the softball team, and we both played all the sports and, we're little jock girls, whatever, and she was probably my best friend growing up. Her father was a narc cop. He literally when you walked into their house, and went into the den of it where, like, his, like, office was and everything, he had a plaque on the wall with a giant golden nose on it for sniffing out drugs. And this girl is the one that got me taking shots before school to make it more interesting. Like, her mom used to give us brandy to make us go to sleep early. And it was every time I'd go to his house, I would just sit because her drum kit was in the basement as well. So we'd go down there and she'd play drums and shit. And I'd just be staring at that golden nose like, we are so high right now. Sinners, all of you. I know. I'm so boring now, though. I kind of am grateful I was kind of a dumb kid because I got it all out of my system. Like, I don't do anything now when I can actually get in trouble. My parents were buying me, like, Alco Pops and cider when I was 14, 16, which was pretty good. There's a fuzz. To be honest, because UK drinking culture is so pervasive, you'll be drinking as a teenager anyways. And that's the thing. That's what I mean when I say, like, I wish my parents would have talked to me about alcohol and drugs and stuff like that and, like, sales because, like you said, it's inevitable, even though we don't have the same drinking culture the UK has here, we don't have, like, the pub culture, your kids are gonna go to parties and drink. Like, that is almost inevitable. There are a few outliers where they will just be smarter than the rest and not drink. I don't know what happens, but it's inevitable. And, like, I've told you this before, like, I don't have kids myself, but I wanna be that person that's available for my friends' kids. When my friends' kids are in high school and they're at a party and, like, they're in an unsafe situation, but they're scared to call their parents, I'm that person, not parent, I'm that person who's probably awake at 1 AM, and I have no kids to worry about myself, and I can go get them and make them safe again because I didn't have that person. I was in a lot of, like I was very aware of the unsafe situation. Like, I go to a party and be like, "Oh, wow, there's a lot of 30-year-olds at this party," when I was, like, 16, like, offering me alcohol. I should go, and I had no one to call. I had no one to go to. Like, there weren't cell phones or anything, but I had no my parents weren't home. I just had nobody. I wanna be that person because it's inevitable. It's your kids people experiment. Kids are just people, just like parents are just people, just like we're just people, and they're gonna fuck around with shit. I wish I would've just had more of an open discourse with my parents in terms of talking about it, instead of just being like, "I guess I just have to go do it alone, and if I fuck up, I fuck up." Like, that was my I guess. Oh, I know, Kel. I know, I don't even I know. I accidentally swallowed a pot hit when I was in high school, burped in first period, wasn't caught. Oh my god, that's beautiful. I've never burped pot before, that's beautiful. Oh my god, what? I remember one girl telling me in high school that she would drink 2 to 3 bottles of vanilla extract to get a buzz. Oh my what? Vanilla? I don't know how bad you need a buzz for that. I started drinking at 13, wrecked an ATV through barbed wire fence. Jesus Christ. Patched myself up, then went out drinking. Not much to do in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it doesn't make it right, but that's exactly what it was. We were also middle of nowhere. Like, we would drink a half gallon of vodka and then go snowmobiling. Not a good idea. I'm highly shocked I'm alive. I'm glad, but shocked. Firmly shocked. I actually I wonder how the future generations evolve in weed culture instead of drinking. It'll be interesting because smoking, like, even if somehow they like this is actually a question for you guys. Even if they Anubis, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it a swing. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. I love you. Thank you.
Hail the Dank Lord.
Um, what was my question? Oh, so you know how like weed is like recreationally legal, but you can't smoke it in public spaces. Technically, like everybody's smoking pot outside, but you can't like stand outside a bar and smoke a blunt. Like they can ask you to put it out. They can enforce that. If somehow there was legislation or whatever to make pot bars, like a bar, but you went and smoked. In my opinion, I don't think potheads would even go because pot isn't. In my opinion, it's not like a social party drug. I don't feel like the experience would be better or enhanced by going and doing it with a group of other people. So I think about that too, that culture of it, because I don't think it'll ever be that. I don't know though. Maybe. I mean, they have like hashish bars and shit like that, right? I love you, Viper. Have fun. The blackouts kids from strict parents had from strict parents. Oh, absolutely. When they got to drink and overdid it because they wouldn't know their limits. Just talk about it, educate, let them experiment in a safe environment. So hard, agree, sales. I've told you before, I've told chat before. I had a roommate in college. My first roommate in college was that exact person. It wasn't, I don't think her parents like were super straight edge. They were actually quite hippie-ish, like, but they were teachers and they were her teachers. They worked at her school. I think one of them worked in her middle school and one worked in her high school. So she never was not a daughter. You know what I mean? I've thought about that a lot. Like there's a point where you and I got to go to school, we separated from our parents, and we got to kind of start to evolve into who we got to become without our parents like shit around us. So then I don't know, sales. Maybe it's not this reason. I've just thought about this because my roommate, when I signed up, when I like did my little roommate quiz, I said like alcohol's like I didn't say I'm against, but I was like moderately acceptable. I didn't want to be a party room. I didn't want my dorm room to be the party room. Like, I need my space, but I'm not a sober person. So like, I didn't want to be strict about it. And she did the same. And we matched up on all this stuff. She was in theater her whole life, all this stuff. And when she got to college, she lost her mind because in school, she just was like she'd never drank. She'd never kissed a boy. Like, it was so weird to me. Not that that's all, but like, she would talk about holding like, when we were in our freshman year of college, she'd be like, "A boy almost held my hand last night and I puked." And I was like, "What are you?" She wasn't like she wasn't like hella religious. She was Jewish, but she didn't again, another thing we matched up on that I was like, you're not like all the other Jews I know." Like, it was weird. And then she just went off the fucking bars to the point where I would come home from a party or something, and she would be tripping on acid, like crawling on the ground, talking about bugs on her skin and stuff, and I'd have to like rock her to sleep. It was fucking terrible. And it was so not the fucking Dread Pirate. I actually I have it written down. I want to watch it with you guys today because it's really good. I watched it last night. It's fantastic. But she went off the fucking rails on everything. All the drugs. She just started fucking like after that handhold conversation, she was like, I guess I'm just gonna let him put it in my butt and just became butt pirate of my college. It was wild. To the point where halfway through the year she moved out of my room. She moved in with like some drug people, and I got a really cool roommate who was into anime, so I was into it. But it was fucking wild that like she just didn't grow up like with that exactly that. It was crazy. I only did it twice, but it got me out of two really bad situations. So the fact that you want to be that for someone just makes my heart so full. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with like gender or anything. I think all of us have been in that situation where we are like, I'm a badass, like I'm 16, I can go to this badass party, and then you get there and you're like, I don't feel good. Something about this, like always follow your gut. Your gut fucking knows something about this feels wrong. And when you don't have someone to go to, the idea of someone being stuck in that situation, something horrible happening, just simply because they didn't have someone to call, is horrifying to me. And that could have happened to me. Thankfully, it didn't, but it could have. Joke's on you, mom. She was a really cool person. College ruined her. College ruined me too. I mean, I swear to God, I was not an anxious person before college. College destroyed me. I used to not care. I used to just be like, oh, whatever, let's go. And then college, I was like, and it ruined me. About the not parent thing, like when did that night cafe thing where we opened the church up to people who need refuge on a night out? But I really enjoyed doing it because if the convo went that way, I spoke to them honestly about my drinking and drug use, and they felt comfortable opening up if they wanted to, and paramountly not judged. That's so important. Well, in a fucking church, dude. Imagine. Especially as they're usually there after a fight or being kicked out or too drunk or coming around from memory loss. Absolutely. Every human being deserves to have a warm, safe place to go when they need it. Period. In my opinion. My mom was a teacher, but thankfully never in my school. My mom wasn't. She never even volunteered. She volunteered, I think, for a bunch for my little sister, but my mom was never in my school, thankfully. Hi, Tony. How are you? Good morning. I had a first roommate. All he did was smoke weed. One day at a party, someone got him to drop acid. After that, he wouldn't stop the acid train. That was my roommate. And every time I had a problem, he thought he was woke and knew more than everyone, and acid would solve any problem I ever had. Yep. I'd get the condescending, like, look, like, oh, you don't get it. I'd get the same thing. And I'm like, no, I'm cool. I get it. But like, I watched you almost pluck out all your eyelashes last night. Like, can we not? Dude, I'm into it as long as you're not harming yourself and I'm not like partially like I'm not gonna sit there and watch my roommate pluck all the hairs out of her body because she dropped some weird acid. You know what I'm saying? Like, do your acid, but I can't be present to watch you harm yourself on it. That's when you're like impairing when you're impairing whatever, when you're putting your acid trip on someone else, you gotta be responsible with it. You know what I'm saying? That's not fair. I was just an innocent 18-year-old. I was not supposed to be rocking back and forth another young child girl as she tripped through an acid thing and holding her hands away from her eyelashes. Like, that's not what I'm supposed to do when I'm 18. You know what I'm saying? I should have been studying for math. Technically. You know? My mom tormented her friends' kids. She was the little older white lady looking for her son in an all black. Oh my god. She was the little old white lady looking for her son. Oh my god. That's damn. You weren't in a galaxy far, far away, bitch. You were hallucinating. I watched you walk around the house crying at cats and licking a mirror. I'm saying she would walk the halls naked. It was like I needed a leash. They didn't even have kid leashes at this point. Otherwise, I might have considered it. Yeah, drop acid with people you trust, not by yourself in the middle of the night with your roommate sleeping next to you. That's not the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't against drugs. You know me. I think we should legalize, regulate, clean up all drugs. People will do drugs if they want to do drugs, period. Why not make it safe? That's my opinion. I know that's controversial, but that's just me. That being said, that's not fair. Don't do that. It's the same with binge. Like, she would do the same with binge drinking. She would go out and drink all night long and then come home and projectile vomit across our floor. And so I would wake up in the morning and go to put my feet down on the linoleum floor and just be sticky tacky vomit everywhere because she'd pass out. Like, that's not fair. I'm fine with you being fucked up. Just don't do it in the public area, like in the shared space. You know what I'm saying? The shared space is sacred. Good morning, Slow. How are you? My mom being a teacher and having to live in this town was very much not a good experience growing up. The airs, I can't even. That all my friend, like my one of my friends was like the principal's daughter, and she had to look so perfect. Like I saw it in her. She had to be her daddy's like perfect little angel, but she was quite literally maybe one of the most fucked up partiers I've ever met in my life, ever. I never did anything, never smoked because lost too many family members to it. That's kind of me with booze, though. That's kind of why I don't drink. I'm the same with that. Never did weed because it was too expensive. My sister was stealing shit to be able to afford it. Never drank because my mom had a drinking problem and then developed an intolerance to it, now solved. And my first kiss was at 17 because of reasons, which I told you. Dude, I honestly, like, I wouldn't take back anything I've done because it made me who I am and I'm pretty chill with that. But, like, I wish I would have been older just so I would have been more conscious for a lot of the experience I had. You know what I mean? Like, my first kiss is a horrible story. It's not in any way great. I went to my friend's house who was my closest neighbor, 5 miles down the road, and two of our friends from school that were boys were there because her mom didn't give a fuck about what we did at their house. Her mom bought us a half gallon of like Monarch vodka, like just Monarch vodka, just a fucking handle of it. And we sat on my friend's bed in a circle with just glass, like a water glass full of vodka, and between us all, we had a one package of saltine crackers, and we would sip the vodka and eat saltine crackers. And then I passed out on a pillow and woke up to one of those boys kissing me. That's my first kiss. Really wish I wouldn't have. Like, I don't have great, like, I have no romantic first story because I was always fucked. I really wish I would have had someone just around to be like, you know what? You don't have to wait because you're a kid and I think you're immature. Wait because maybe it might be better. I don't know. I have nightmares about puke covering the floor from way back to 6 years old. Oh, puke. Decriminalize it all, make it safe. It makes the stigma go away. People don't really want to do it hardcore because it's accessible and not a big deal. Look at the drinking age in Germany. 100% agree. 100% agree. When you make things taboo, kids are going to want them more. A water glass. Yeah, like a tall, just clear glass. Yeah, it was terrible. I woke up the next morning still drunk off my ass and sat on the back porch and ate like cold Kraft macaroni and cheese out of the fridge. I've never forgot. And then my mom came and picked me up and I went home fucking blitzed. But, like people love to, you know, when you're in school, everyone's like, "Oh, so and so's a virgin. So and so doesn't party." I really wish I would have been that person. It is normal not to remember your first kiss, is it? I remember a little of it. I don't remember what it felt like. Me too, Dread. It could have. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A lot of really unsafe situations I put myself in as a kid. I finally slept reasonably well. Woke up at a time that's not too far off from when I wanted to. Fuck yes, hell yeah. I'm all right. I'm cold, but I'm all right. Allow yourself to be penetrated. How are you, Nick? The only memories I have is of my drunk uncle, the drunkle. Everybody has a drunkle. Sleeping in his chair with Airwolf on the TV. If I changed the channel, he woke up and yell at me. Oh my god, my parents were the same. They wouldn't drink, but like every night, to this day, they still do the same. They both sit on their sides of the couch and pass out like this, watching TV. And so if my sister and I, when we were younger and lived at home, but if we're visiting now, they'll pass out. They'll be completely like jaw dropped, snoring, passed out, and you go to try to change the channel. I was watching that, and you're like, no, the drool coming out of you was watching that. Yeah, same. So annoying. Seahorse, are you taking off? I love you, boo. Please be safe. I remember my first kiss. I think it was because I was 19. I was high as hell, though. I remember my first fuck, but I was 18. I waited until I was 18 to have sex because we didn't have a Planned Parenthood or even a hospital nearby. So fuck that shit. I chose drugs instead. But it was still not great. I was fortunate enough to have a mother who was willing to be open about drugs. I feel like my mom was a lot more with my younger sisters. With me, she was way more black and white because I think not because I think my dad did just completely drink himself to death and died when I was 7. And he died of a combination. He had pancreatic cancer from drinking from the age of 14 until 49, just fucking blitzed 24/7. And then also he had hepatitis. I want to say it was hepatitis C. It's the one you get from like needles. Because when he was in like college or something, he fucked around with some drugs in the 60s, didn't get addicted, just like fucked around, but got hepatitis. And the scary thing about hepatitis is that it can lay dormant in your liver or pancreas. It can lay dormant in your body for like 30 years and do nothing to you. And then one day you got hepatitis and you die. So literally, like, my dad was already a fucking just blackout drunk. And then he got hepatitis and died within like 6 months. It was crazy. Like, the hepatitis activated or whatever you want to call it. It was so fast. But because of all that, and because I'm my mom's biological first child, with me, it was very black and white. Like, drinking is bad, alcohol is bad, drugs are bad, period. Like, that's what I got. Whereas then she remarried my stepdad, who's an alcoholic, and she's just grown a little bit more. Like, I never, until I was in my mid-20s, I didn't see my mom have a drink. Not once. She couldn't even smell it. She couldn't be in a room with alcohol because she was so used to like my dad's dying, like sickly alcohol breath. I just realized my buttholes are showing. And I never saw her drink ever. And not a drink. Not fucking one. And so I kind of got the black and white of it. My younger siblings got the not so much. So I obviously went the very hard, like, rebel route. Like, oh, you say drugs are bad? You know? Wait.
Penetrate that asshole. Allow yourself to be penetrated. Be penetrated by everything and everyone that is good in this life.
I think prostate pleasure is just like everything else. I think it's a personal thing. I think if you want to try it out, I think some people get something out of it and some don't. Because honestly, Slow, that's absolutely something we can talk about here. Zach has told me when he was younger, in his younger years, he was dating a girl and he really wanted to fuck her butt. And he was like, "You can fuck mine if I can fuck yours." And so she like tried pegging him or whatever. And he was like, "It just felt like I needed to take a shit." Whereas some guys, it's like the happy button and they're like, and immediately fall into like existential pleasure because their prostate's touched. I think it's kind of, I think it's like, like another good example, as someone who touches a lot of cock, some people like they basically want like a feather touch if you touch their dick and jerk them off. Whereas Zach basically wants me to squeeze his dick until it's purple, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm gonna rip your dick off, and he's like, no, it's great. Everybody's I think it's really individual, and like where your anatomy is. You know what I mean? Kind of like some girls get off on penetration, some get off on uh clit stuff. I think bodies. Zach! Oh my god, what is that? I had to show you this immediately. Oh, hold up. Oh, hold up. I gotta pull it on the right monitor. My chat scrolled. Why? Shut up. Shut up. Has anyone seen everything everywhere all at once or whatever that movie is? Because that's a dildo. I've tried it, wasn't down for it, right? And that's I think if you want to check it out, I think you should get a sex toy and try it out. I think it's really individual. I don't know. I think it's all about exploring your own body. Frankie, that was the same. Zach told me the same. Yeah. I mean, why not try it? What if it's like the most existential orgasm you could ever have? If you rip his dick off, would you be liable? No, I had him sign a contract. We're fine. That's a dildo. Wait, no, I didn't read it. Hold on. I just immediately saw a butt plug. On behalf of doctors and nurses, oh my god. On behalf of doctors and nurses everywhere, don't even think of it. Those are so sharp. Like, really, like, don't do that. Oh my, why? Not the pointed trees. At least they have a tapered bottom. I don't want to be here anymore. The cones of Dunshire. They are the cones. I have to get rid of them. Those are a horror. Those are a bad time. I don't like that. But thank you for sharing. Get 15% off. What if I want to get completely off? Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Oh my god. There's going to be so many dead people. Put stuff made for your body in your body. Abso-fucking-lutely what Aspect said. That is so... I mean, there are so many inexpensive sex toys on the internet these days. Let's not be buying metal Christmas trees. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. For a second, I understood that as only nurses and doctors will think that's a dildo, and I got so confused. Oh god, I mean, how would... Don't make it butt stuff shaped if you don't want it in my ass. I mean, also... Valid point made. An Xmas plea. Please don't put these in your ass. Please. I mean it, please. Someone needs to make a little Santa that does that wiggle dance, but sings that. Please don't put me in your ass, in your ass, in your ass. You know why turds are tapered? So your ass doesn't slam shut. Oh my god. I've never thought about the shape of my turd before. It's Christmas and I'm ready to be a ho ho ho. You're gonna be fucking dug into a grave with a ho 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 if you put that in your butt. That's a sharp. I've never seen someone having a dildo pulled out of their ass when it went all the way in by accident. It's like watching someone shit. It's kind of like this weird, like, blub, like your body kind of pukes it up. It's pretty wild. Oh man, that's really gonna affect my yearly run to the Hallmark store. Shut the fuck up, Lizzie. Get out. Maybe it is made to go up your ass. The designers did it deliberately because they weren't accepted at the sex toy factory, and now they have a vendetta and are making their own. Y'all, one time, long, long ago, when I used to peruse the dark corners of the internet because I didn't have y'all to show it to me, I saw I think it was a GIF. It was like a looped GIF of a person pegging another person. And I swear to you, the phallus was this girth, and the thing was at least 3 feet long. And when she put it in his butt, you could see it poking through his tum-tum, like an alien, like it would be like blah, blah, blah. And this was literally maybe 20 years ago that I saw this, and I have never stopped thinking of it, and every time I see something like that, that's all I can think of. Like, it was real. Like, it was real. I saw it. But, like, you know, like, why? Do I want to know why? Same, Lizzie. I want to see it done live on an x-ray. Same. Hard. Used to as in you stopped? Well, I don't, like, when I was in college, I literally spent 90% of my time on Reddit. When I was bored, like in class, between classes, I'd sit on my little laptop at school and just stare at Reddit or every other website I ever went to. Whereas nowadays, I hang out with you guys and you guys show me the fucked up shit, so I don't really have to go looking for it. You know what I mean? I still see it. It's just, I don't have to put as much work in. Jesus Christ. Now, Katie's going to go somewhere during the next month or so, and someone's going to have the decoration or something very similar, and suddenly uncontrollable laughter will ensue. Everyone will just think, oh boy, here we go. I would buy it. I would buy it and put it behind me and stream forever for the rest of time. Oh, God. Oh, no. I hate them so much. That might be the one. Dread Pirates at a sex tour at a sex store in Germany. I saw a 3-foot dildo that was around 18 inches. I'm saying that was about the size of this one that went into this dude, and I saw it poke out the front. Hi Zoe, how are you, love? It was just, you know what I'm saying? Like horrible. I would never open on cast. I would never do that. Oh my God. Wait. I have so many questions about that. I can't show it to you guys, but you guys can click the link. It's fine. It's an x-ray. But, you know, twitching their shit. Some things aren't worth coming for. That's what I'm saying. Imagine you'd never be constipated. Morphine forever. But you would just kind of like leak, wouldn't you? Bad Dragon freaks me out because they look like dog dicks. 18 inches, right? Like your sigmoid colon, like the fuckable part of your butthole is like 3 to 5 inches-ish. And yeah, you can go a little bit beyond it, but like maybe your body will eat it. Stop it. That's innate. Stop it. No, that's not. Those are for fucking. People sit on those. People are sitting on those. I saw a legit Saints Row dildo bat at the sex toy museum. Shut up. That's amazing. It was wild. It was great. People watching. That's incredible. I would kill to see that. Some of the shit in that game was fucking amazing. That's what I'm saying, Dread. Like, you have to work up to those dildos, I would think, or you're just. It's like gauging your ears. Like, if anyone here has gauged ears, I'm sure you've heard about how you can like blow out your ear if you gauge too fast. It's the same with your beehole, and then you gotta go get that shit sewed up. Oh my god, shut up, Anubis. Oh my god, I didn't even. Anubis said also would the bacteria build up. No. Bashful, we're kind of in the same spot. I just moved the couch to vacuum and I haven't moved it back because it's really heavy. But thank you. Got all my spoods back there. Work up to Belladon and Magic Fist. Oh my fucking god. You have to work up to that. You can't just Mario butt slam on this. The Mento image. Kills, welcome to hell. How are you? Cheers, Viata, my love. We need to take a break. Let's cheers and then we'll take our first break and run an ad and get the fuck out of the way. My god. Trick's over here telling me he needs to pate. Hello, my boy. Give me one sec, Bubba. Cheers, Viana. I'm sorry, what? Con, that's real? Is that. Wait. Did you hear about the latest LPTOL relaxed fit? They talk about a woman who has a butt plug filled with her dead boyfriend's ashes. I don't. Oh my god. Koto, I don't fucking know. Chaos. Chaos. We're gonna take a break. Oh, yep. Stop it. Shut the. How dare you with that Mario Pound Anubis? There's a My Strange Addiction with a woman who eats her husband's ashes. Is that cannibalism? Is that Zoe? Yeah. I haven't talked about it yet today. It's just how do you talk about that? Let's take a break real quick. I have a fun video I want to show you. If you've ever seen True Facts videos by Zfrank or Zefrank or Z Frank, however the fuck he pronounces his name, the newest video is True Facts about tarantulas. It's really well done, and we're gonna watch it together because I really like educating you guys, and I love spiders. She apparently misheard. It's actually called eating. Oh my. It's good, isn't it? He did a very good job. Like he always does a good job, but I tried to watch it knowing I'm a huge spider nerd and I know way too much, and I was like, all right, he's making a video for the general population. Katie, don't be a bitch about this, but it's really really well done. And if you don't know about Zafrank, he's just fucking hilarious. Like he makes the funniest videos. Literal juju going on there, like the consuming parts of people to make them part of you. That's what it. I mean. Can we just leave the dead in peace for fuck's sake? Found it in a crazy ass folder the other day and I just had to keep it. I had to keep it forever. That's so fucking good. I'm not muted. Am I muted? Shut up. I'm not muted. Me? Right now? Are you fucking with me? Penis, are you fucking with me? Can you not hear me? Oh, God. I was like, damn. I know I was muted for like 1 millisecond. That scared me. Okay. Whew. I accidentally, like, didn't hit the button. That would mean me a panic anxiety attack real bad, or I'd be sleeping face down, ass up. Speaking of, I watched half of The Lighthouse last night. What the fuck? I will never have the image. Like, I will never not have the image of Willem Dafoe's bare ass poking out of jammies, slow humping a bed. Ever. That's gonna haunt me. But I was tired, so I'm gonna have to finish it today. That's a long fucking movie, but I'd never seen it before. What a movie that is. What a time. All right, I'm gonna watch this video with you guys. I'm very excited. It's really good. Today I learned if I hold my pee for 3 to 4 hours, why are you holding your pee for 3 to 4 hours? That's bad for everyone's kidney, you dumbass. How does Goofy get down and naughty? Face down, ass up. That's the way he likes to yuck, 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 yuck. I can't do the yuck, but that's fucking great. I love that so much. Oh, God. You haven't finished the True Facts? Oh, I'm gonna put it on right now and we're gonna watch it together. I love Zafrank. Zafrank is really cool. He's so educational. I've learned a shit ton from all of his videos, to be honest. But I think Vissy, or not Vissy, yeah, Vissy tagged me in it on Twitter, and I was like, oh, bitch. Does Goofy yuck while he yucks? I don't know if he fucks. I think he just yucks. Oh, small announcement. So I help out here every year. Desert Bus for Hope is a charity and aid child's play. Oh, fuck yes. 1.1 million. Oh my God. I've done many charities for child's play. They're incredible. That's amazing. I'm cheers into that. That's a lot of fucking money. I'm muted? Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. We had to fuck with some scenes when we were fucking with not Avermedia, with my capture card last night, fixing it. And I don't have the scene on here, so let me change it 1 second. Okay, something's wrong with that scene. Fuck, I hate audio so much. It's that scene. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at it. It's very weird. Fucking hate when that happens. Hold on. I fixed it. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know. Welcome to my page. Wrong screen. Oh, well, that's the right screen, but we're going to go there in a second. Hold on. Thank you for letting me know. We fixed it. Peacock. It's literally Peacock, like Peacock, the video service, or the like Netflix, the streaming service. Is that what it's called? The streaming service. It's Peacock. I just spell it like an idiot because I'm a child. Ooh, Sarah. Fuck yes. Yeah. It's literally just me being a child. I have a few favorites up there that are just idiot names. Twatter is Twatter. Cheers. Sorry. We were gonna cheers before, and I'm glad we figured that out though. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know. I forgot I didn't re-add it. Cheers. I know I feel like as adults we have to make our own fun sometimes, you know? It makes me laugh. Might not make everyone laugh. Who are you well, I guess as elder millennials. Adult, I don't know. I guess just because of our age, not mentally. I don't know. Arguably, though, Nubis, like, think about it. There are people out there claiming they're adults and they haven't managed as well as we have. Like, in just terms of functioning as a human. So, we haven't done bad. If you can't amuse yourself, what's the point? 100% agree. At the end of the day, you only have yourself, right? I got to be able to be self-entertaining to a certain point. Kids, I mean, that's honestly oh my God. Is that dick nose is beautiful. My eyelashes feel like they just tangled. That is, I hate it and I love it at the same time. The upside is we're now in our mid to late 30s, so we get to decide what being old means. True. I don't feel old. I don't think I'm old, but I mean, I guess I'm an adult. What is functioning? I haven't gotten in trouble yet. That's pretty much success to me is like I haven't gotten in trouble. Like I've paid my bills. Like no one's coming after me. I guess that's functioning. Maybe. Oh, Vile. Good morning. We're gonna learn about spooters. Do you guys? So if you don't, I swear I was gonna check there's like a fucking dog hair on my nose or something stuck, and it keeps tickling my face. I'm gonna go crazy. So if you don't know who Zefrank is, or Z Frank, or however the fuck you say his name, he makes really funny videos about animals, but they're all like legit. Like all the information in them is facts about these animals, but he presents them in a way that will make you laugh. And his latest episode is true facts about tarantulas. And if you didn't know, I'm a big fan. Those are all tarantulas. I love them. And it's really good. I watched it yesterday and it's actually very well done and it's funny as fuck. And you get to see a male tarantula like spin a sperm web and coat his little fisties in sperm. You get to see the whole thing. It's fantastic. I really am excited to see you. The lady types, oh, was it mutual, Vile? Was it just not working out? I mean, you don't have to divulge here, but I'm sorry, honey, that sucks. Feeling old comes from dealing with the younger generation. If you deal with the Gen Z, then you start to feel it. See, I have a lot of friends that are Gen Z. I feel like the internet kind of it removed a lot of that age barrier, at least for me, mentally. Oh my God, Vile. Thank you for gifting 3 months of a sub to Super C-Line. C-Line, you know what's up. Consensuality, awesome emotes, hail the dank lord.
Allow yourself to be penetrated. Be penetrated by everything and everyone that is good in this life.
I feel that. That sucks when that happens. Boo. I'm sorry, honey. Are you getting oh my God, go get your Taco Bell, Sarah. Priorities, my love. I see, and I have friends who are Gen Z, so I get this, like, the slang, I just get it from, like, by speaking to them, so I don't feel behind yet, but I'm sure there will come a day. There will come a day when my Gen Z friends are no longer Gen Z, like, no longer the youth. There will come a day when I'll be like, I don't know what that means anymore. But most of the time, like, I can hit up one of my one of my friends who are, like, 10 years younger than me and be like, what's that word? And they know. Okay, I want to I haven't seen that one in a bit. I always forget how good it is. Me too. I'm gonna put the link in chat because I know Anubis wanted it. If anybody else wants to follow Zafrank, he's great. And like I said, sorry, it made me cry a little. He's so funny. They are true facts. Like he presents the facts in a very humorous way. But oh yes, we just watched it, Lady Emma. Literally, I gave everyone the true facts of ducks as a gift for sitting through tarantulas with me because I know a lot of people don't like spiders like I do. Oh yeah, it was great. So there's the Frank's channel. Please give him a follow. All of his videos are phenomenal. I mean, we could literally spend weeks watching them all day. There's so many of them, but they're fucking hilarious. I mean, he's a very funny person. Hold up. Oh, that's cute though. Man, I wish America was into cute food. Cute food. Like Japan does fucking adorable shit like this all the time. That's precious. Glad, what the fuck is that? That's fucked up. So in relation to Elon Musk just like firing a shit ton of people at Twitter. Fun fact, if you're on an H-1B visa and lose your job or a supervillain takes over your company, nudge nudge wink wink, you have 60 days to find a new job to sponsor you, an outrageous Byzantine process, or else you and your family gets kicked out of the country. Twitter basically has hostages. Oh my god, that's dark. Bye, Fiata. Be safe. I love you. Oh, I love them so much. I found the duck one so long ago, literally before I was even streaming. I remember I used to look at these videos when I worked at Lowe's. God, it's been a while. I don't even know anymore. It's been so long. Where is? It's going to be really loud and I apologize. Oh, just kidding. Katie caught it. And they have to get an occupation related to their visa as well. Damn. I didn't even think about all the tech people working there that are probably on work visas. Fuck, dude. That whole thing's such a shit show. I don't even know what to do about that. Like, it's just a shit show. I don't know. What do you do about it? Yeah, those eyes are pretty intense, huh? I don't know. I want the supervillain from The Simpsons to be my employer. Dude was a fantastic boss. I don't know if I've had some good bosses. My boss at Taco Time was honestly the best boss I've ever had. He gave me, like, my work ethic, I feel like. If it wasn't for him, I don't know if I'd be the same. Like, he put the fear of death in me. Like, never be late for work, never clock in late. Like, you would get fired being late once. He put that kind of fear in me. I don't know. Oh my god, those eyes, though. My dudes, I have to pee so fucking bad. I don't even know if it's time for a break or not, but out of nowhere, my body's like, it's time. The floodgates are unleashed, so I'm gonna take a break and go pee. It's gotta happen. Where is my... Oh, did I lose it? Fuck a dick. I did. I remember that. I remember he bought something huge for Homer. I couldn't remember what it was. I haven't seen, like, all of, The Simpsons, like, in order. I've seen them as a million different pieces all over the place, but didn't have TV, you know. You know, I feel like a broken record with that, but it's my only excuse for everything. I'm like, I don't know what that was. I'm sorry. United Furniture Warehouse. That's all I got for you. I thought things at Twitter were going better than it seemed. Then this morning he put out, "You don't like it, then leave." Oh my god, he did? I didn't see that one. Shut up. Calm your tit. Other ways to say calm your tits, I'm assuming, because I've heard calm your tits. Soothe your boobs. De-stress your breasts. Adjust your bust before it combusts. Hakuna your tatas. I've heard that one. Your honkers need to stop going bonkers. Undo the calamity that is your mammaries. Give that chest a rest. You don't have a rack attack? That's fucking beautiful. Okay, I seriously have to pee. Really bad. It's happening. Okay. Break. Stretch your legs. Load a bowl. get a drink, do what you need to do. Every couple of hours I take a break anyways, but suddenly I'm gonna burr outside. Ugh, it's just so frigid. The wind makes it absolutely cold. I hope you had a good break and stretched and all the things. It's a great song for workout. Most of the songs on that we listen to are a lot of my running songs, just because they have a nice upbeat like sound. It's so cold in the D. It's so fucking cold in the D, man. Fuck the D. Well, you can tell. Well, you can tell by the way I walk. I'm a chicken man. Bok bok bagok. Oh my god, that only works in America because don't like Germans and shit say kikikuri or whatever. Kikiriki. You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a chicken man. Kikiriki bok. I don't know. It wouldn't work. We could try. I got an email this morning that my student debt relief application was accepted. Oh my god, Zoe. Fuck yes. Oh, hell yeah. Congratulations. Does that, like, do you know how much of it will be, relieved or whatever? Relieved? What's the term? Let go? I don't know the term for it. You know what I mean. Bye-bye debt. That. Do you know how much? Or, like, I don't know. You got the ornaments out of the attic. I haven't dug out my tree yet. It's in the creepy ass basement. The cellar. It's in the cellar. Is that super loud? I can turn it down. I apologize. It's Pisces by Ginger, spelled with a J, if anybody's wondering. And the first song was Electric Callboy. We got the moves. It's a great fucking song. Hi, Will. How are you, love? You did, Najil? Fuck yeah. Should we cheers to that? I feel like that's absolutely cheers worthy. Having your student debt relieved? Fuck yes. Hells to the yeah. You're doing awesome. Good. How's the weather where you are? It's pretty fucking frigid here. We got snow a couple days ago, and now it's just like staying. I need to grind up weed, but then I'm going to cheers. I'm going to do some of that happy ending. That seems like a great strain to celebrate with. Oh, here's what it says. This email provides you with an update on the one-time student loan debt relief plan that President Biden and I announced on August 24th. We reviewed your application and determined that you're eligible for loan relief under the plan. We've sent this approval on to your loan servicer. You do not... Oh. Sick. All right. Well, let's cheers to high hopes that it's all of it. Yeah? Because that'd be fucking sick. Everybody check your emails right now if you applied for student loan forgiveness. That's what I'm getting. If you haven't checked your emails, now is the time. Apparently those are going out, which is awesome. It's only effective just after a massage. Damn it. I've never been offered a happy ending, but I don't think I'd want a stranger getting up in my no-nos. You know what I'm saying? Seems like a... Ugh. It seems like a lot. Stupid little childproof bag. Yeah, the strain is Happy Ending from Bloom County. It says its total THC is 23.67%, allegedly. And that's all the information I get. No idea. Smells like pot. Good morning, Pagan. How are you, love? It's really dense, though. The buds. They're very salt. They're like light. They're not sticky, but like I feel like I could go like tink, tink, tink with the whole bud. Like they're very solid. I just started to break it up more. It's very... What is that blue what? The blue what? The what? Of what do you speakage? The blue? That? Oh, what am I smoking? Oh, it's called Happy Ending. I'm grinding up right now, but it's literally called Happy Ending. I love Aqua Teen and Hunger Force. I used to love that show so much. My student loans were through Navient, and they were found guilty of some stuff, so they had to forgive a lot of loans. Fuck yes. Hell yes. Pretty good, Rod. Fucking cold, but decent. Just free. I'm so cold. Moist cold, though. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh, dude, I'm wearing one of those pimp stickers I was telling you about. Can you even see it? Remember when I was telling you about those stickers I put on my pimples sometimes and forget I have them on? I totally forgot. But it keeps me from picking. Incredible. Incredible. Dude, I've been taking so many baths, Rod. Seriously, I've literally been boiling myself, baking myself. I've been boiling myself in baths lately just to get warm. I've been doing the same. I'm right there with ya. Oh, dude, Najil, you know what? You're being mature though, and the weed's gonna be so good when you're able to get home and smoke. It's basically invisible, right? Unless I get real up close, you can kind of see the outline. And there's another one right there. I just forgot that I had them on. I just put them on in the morning so I don't like put astringent shit on them or touch them with my fingers. And I just forgot, but they do keep me from picking my face because you just feel like they're smooth. I don't wear makeup, so it's just literally a pimple sticker. But I remembered I was telling Rod about them the other day because they help. I'm a picker. I totally get that. I am a heavy duty picker when it comes to literally any unevenness on my skin. So anytime I can alleviate that, I try. Seriously, Pagan, I do it all the time. Sometimes it's the only way I can, like, I feel like I don't have any circulation going, and I'm like, okay, if I take a shower, my blood will pump for a few minutes. Dude, Damien Wright though. Well, I sent Rod a clip of it yesterday actually, and a couple other people, but there was this really good clip of Sarah Silverman's podcast on Instagram. And I know everybody's kind of hot or cold on Sarah Silverman. I really like her. I think she's funny. But she said something really poignant that I hadn't really heard, or maybe I just hadn't heard it worded that way. But she's like, the GOP has really villainized the educated, quote unquote. That doesn't mean you paid for a degree, but the educated in general, in that they make us seem like we're the elite. And if you think about it, like, higher education kind of is a privilege of the elite because it either takes existential debt or, having money, which who the fuck? Like, who can afford that? That's insane. But I hadn't really thought of it that way, but they did. They kind of made it so, like, if you're educated, you're the enemy. And that is really fucking weird. I went to go do my drug test for RX certification. The lady at the center put the wrong time on the entry. Oh, fuck off. I have to do it because of a miskeyed error. I hate it. That is stupid. You have to wait. Why can't you just go pee in a cup? Why not? That's like the easiest way. Dude, slow. I'm the same. Like, my little space heater, I can't turn it on, like, if I'm streaming because it short circuits my breaker out. So I basically just kind of, like, sit here and hope for the best. Brr. We heard that, like, No Fap November bullying was happening, Rod. Oh, it has to be scheduled. Interesting. That's so dumb. I'm sorry I have to do that. That's really inconvenient. I've gotten mocked for being educated by many a super libertarian. I just don't understand it. I don't understand mocking someone like, I'll mock someone who's arrogant about it, but I'm not mocking their education. I'm mocking their arrogance. Or like someone who thinks they're better because they have X amount of college degrees or whatever, like better than. Like, I'll mock you, but I'm mocking you because you're an arrogant sap, like not because of your education. You know what I mean? Oh, it's got to be insecurity, yeah. But I mean, you don't stop learning, and that's the thing, like, I never understood because I don't feel like the bulk of my learning happened from college. I learned from you guys every single day. I watch videos like Zafrank and animal videos, and I listen to historical podcasts. My learning never ends. And for those people, it's like, they can't. How do you learn if anyone who is smarter than you, i.e., just knows more about a certain topic than you, how do you learn if you just reject them? You will never learn if you only hang out with people dumber than, like, not dumber, but you know what I mean, for lack of a better word. It seems like a terrible cycle to put yourself in. I would want to surround myself with intelligent people of varying, scopes to grow as fuck me, right? Who is she? Space heaters are super expensive. I have a very small, very cheap one. I totally get it. I mean, the nice space heaters, like those infrared ones, are like $200. Oh my God, can you imagine? I'd probably sit on it and set myself on fire. It's a whole thing from the top down. Educated people tend to be less conservative. Meeting other people in college environments makes you less conservative, and they want to fuck up public schools, so more people send kids to private Christian schools. That's so fucking weird. It's just so weird. Right, Kel, and that's the thing. Like, I feel like I've put in a lot of fucking work to be shamed for it. If someone tried to, you know what I mean? It's exactly the same here in the UK. Educated people are vilified by the government and right-wing media alike. Ignorance is championed here. Honestly, like, I just got back from London this summer. My sister and I got to go visit, and we were there the week of the Boris. Like, literally, I think he stepped down 2 days later or something like that. Like, the day we were taking off. Lizzie was, like, live tweeting at me about it. It was crazy. And it was, like, you know, as an American, we hear about what's going on. It was the Boris thing was going on. It was before the Queen had passed, but the Boris thing was going down, and that woman no one remembers that had the shortest term ever was stepping in, whatever. All this stuff was going down, and it was like we were just, you know, hiking around London, like taking the tube and enjoying the sights, going to cool graveyards and shit like that. And my sister and I both kind of had this moment where we were like, you hear about the chaos, kind of like how everybody hears about America, like Trump and the GOP and everything's horrible. But if I go to the grocery store, it's pretty darn, like, there's none of that. You know what I mean? So, like, when we were walking around London, it's like everything's it all feels like just people just trying to be people. Meanwhile, we've all got this, like, overhanging, governing body just creating existential chaotic, like, stress on us all the time, when we're just still trying to figure out, you know, how to fuck to get to work the fastest without getting in a car accident or something, you know what I mean? But it's kind of a, like, hold my beer back and forth, I feel like, between our two countries. It's pretty wild. One of the central tenets of some religions is just blind faith in what you're being told. I think that's a huge tenet in a lot of them, because questioning it doesn't lead to strong faith, you know? I'm not gonna do it and let my thing lapse after that happening. I'm stupid, I already did it. I'm not doing it again. My pee is no different within 3 minutes of time. I mean, what if? I honestly, I think it's probably like a safeguard for people who, I mean, don't people bring in fake piss and stuff, right? Thank you, Pagan, I should. Oh, I just popped a lot on my back. That was great. Sat through years of lecture, reading, writing, research. Your 4 minutes of Google research and a grifter telling you something that you want to hear to confirm your bias is not equal. You mean the Instagram yoga fitness model I follow doesn't know everything? What? Wait, am I not more pure because I only eat fruit after it fell off a tree? Help. I hate Chicago suburb traffic during this time of year. It takes 30 minutes to go 7 miles at peak rush hour. That's like summertime here, I feel like, because the sheer amount of construction. There's so much construction, it'll take 20 minutes to get through a stoplight. It's insane. Are you using OBS, like, slobs, or just OBS? Just, like, pure OBS? There's a lot of really, really good, I would suggest just using OBS and not using Streamlabs OBS at all. But there's a lot of really good YouTube videos out there, honestly. Like, that's how I learned how to set mine up, was just like YouTubers that, you know, they fucking break it down into the bare. They don't go into the existential crazy stuff. But honestly, like, if you're going in your settings and stuff, most of it you leave on auto. Most of it you just leave where OBS put it. There's not a lot you change. Just OBS is the best, but that's how I've done all of it, is just watching YouTubers or watching YouTube videos on how to go through your settings, like what resolutions to set, all that, frame rates, stuff like that. It's and, like, I mean, the first, like, month of streaming for me was honestly like going live, seeing if anything worked, turning it off, replugging stuff, restarting my computer, going live again, seeing if anything worked, it was, I mean, and, like, it gets down to, like, where your webcam's plugged in on your PC. Like, webcams, especially mine, I have the Elgato Facecam. It's a USB 3. It's got to have its own USB board to be plugged into, all that stuff. So on top of, like, just getting OBS to work, you got to it's a dance. It's a horrific dance. Yeah, Streamlabs OBS sucks. They stole their tech and were asked not to name it OBS, and they didn't listen. Streamlabs can suck it. They're not a supporter of that anymore. Allow yourself.
Allow yourself to be penetrated.
How are you, Mayo?
Be penetrated by everything and everyone that is good in this life.
Like a streaming thing, OBS is the easiest. Honestly, I mean, is there really? Does anyone use anything but OBS or XSplit? I don't even know if XSplit's around anymore. But back in the day, it was only OBS and XSplit, unless you like streamed from PlayStation, whatever. Like PlayStation, it's had some go live button. Having a mixer helps a lot. I know that's I mean, streaming is a lot. I don't even know how to do it basic anymore. Getting ready for work. Nice. Did you sleep well? It's hard. I heard someone say this about something else a really long time ago, and I don't know what it was, but I applied it to streaming, and I say it a lot. Like, don't stream unless you have to. You're the star, the entertainment, you're the makeup, you're the producer, you're the tech, you're IT, you're everything. And there's like, I don't know, I mean, seriously, you guys just saw, like, the last 3 days, my capture card didn't work. No idea why. Out of nowhere, it just started acting funky. It needed its own USB board, apparently. So Zach sat and, like, unplugged all my shit last night and rearranged it so that my capture card can have its own special board of USB 3 plugs, and now it works. It's stupid shit like that that doesn't make sense, and we are the ones that are writing this is how to fix it. There is no how to fix it yet. You know what I mean? I don't know how to say that. We're the cowboys of it or whatever. Yeah, I haven't heard of anyone using XSplit in a really long time. I've never used it. I've only used OBS. Dude, right, Rob? I used Slobs as well. I used Slobs for a really long time. And then actually before they kind of got outed for stealing all their software and, being assholes, I was trying to go over to OBS simply because Slobs adds. So Slobs basically takes the core of OBS and then just adds a whole bunch of shit on top of it. So it runs less efficiently. It's got a lot of garbo. It's got a lot of graphics shit going on. They just put a skin on it, essentially, that just makes it not run as well and takes away a lot of the features that help streaming just be more fluid. You know what I mean? It's like setting up to record music. Exactly. Yeah, honestly, and a mixer helps so much. Like, a lot. Yeah, don't you have to pay for XSplit? That's what I thought. When I used to stream 3 years ago, I used XSplit, but I recently tested a stream with OBS. It's way better. Is it really? I never used XSplit. The only reason I even know they exist is they are always at TwitchCon trying to get us to buy into their thing. Like, they're always there. I'm like, how do you still exist? I don't know anyone personally who uses you. I've always used some form of OBS. But yeah, Slobs was the same for me. Like, that was the other thing. It's a huge system hog. So you guys know I'm always bitching. Like, I do not use Chrome because Chrome runs at least 30%, steals at least 30% of my CPU. 1 tab, 7 tabs, doesn't matter. Whereas Firefox takes like 13% max, and it's good. And so that's why I use it. That was the same with Slobs. Like, OBS takes 32% of the CPU, which is why I have a dual PC system. It's built for that. It's totally fine. But when you tack on, Chrome and everything on top of that, it can get really heavy. Whereas Slobs was taking like 60% of the CPU. It's crazy. OBS is free. Yep. Just the open broadcast software. Yeah. I used to have a 16-track mixer. I had I had a Yamaha mixer. I think I still have it somewhere buried away. Now I have a Go XLR. The Go XLR, like, the 16-track mixer was nice. I like the Go XLR because it just took down the bulk, really. There's just not so much bulk because I don't need as much voice modulation as it offered. You know what I mean? I can get
Satan pretty well.
We got Yzma going on up here, and like, what else do you need? I don't fucking know.
But that's personal preference. Hail Satan.
Pioneer, the Pioneer. Thank you, not Cowboys. Pioneer. We're kind of the pioneers of it. Like, not to flex, but like, we're the first. Like the streamers. Like, it's so new. Pagan, seriously, like, does anybody know a specific YouTuber that does good videos like that? I mean, if you type !Black Magic one word into my chat, That's a YouTube video on how to split your audio in OBS, with or without a mixer. There's 2 parts to the video, and that guy was really easy to follow. He may have other videos to help you out with. Might be worth a try. But I mean, it's not easy, and, like, no to I don't wanna be discouraging, but, like, I've been to a lot of other streamers' setups. I live with Zach, who has a streamer setup. Every single streamer setup is a little bit different, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense why. But it's just because, like, that works for me. Don't copy it. I just got it to work. Like, almost every streamer I know will say something about their setup like that. Like, I know that's not supposed to be there. Don't say anything. Don't touch it. Don't breathe on it. It works. And so that's, I think, like, the worst part. If that makes like, it's stupid. Yeah, it all depends on what you're using and what, like, camera you have and what mixer you have, and if you have a 2 PC system, and, like, some people with a 2 PC system have OBS on the same computer they game on, and they have the other PC for something else. I don't know, like, 2 PC systems are all over the board, how people set them up. Mine's different from everybody else's, and so it's like, for me, at least, I'm kind of I gotta do it the hard way first. I don't know, I'm an idiot, but I had to try a lot of different people's methods before I kind of used an amalgamation of setups to make it work for me, if that makes sense. Senpai Gaming, is that his channel? Stealing ideas from lots of people is just good research. I mean, word, as long as you source. My setup's like the Millennium Falcon. I've added a few special modifications myself. I feel that. That is, yeah. Yep. I feel that. Yeah, it's like you walk in and you see a PC and you're like, that's a PC. But then if you broke into it, you'd be like, there's something different. Like, I understand it, but I kind of don't. Like, I understand it's a spaceship, but also, like, what's that? 100%. Lady M, I've heard it works. I've only, I mean, not through Xbox. I've heard people do it through PlayStation. It works pretty well. I don't know. I've never streamed through any of those before because I never had a camera hooked up to, like, I don't actually, like, have, like, a big old TV or whatever. I had to do that with recording programs and interfaces. Dude, audio people, like, you must be masochists. That's all I can say, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. Every time I ever have a major issue with my computer, most of the time, it's always an audio issue. Something completely out of my control. Like, it's not like a cord or anything. It's just like, Windows updated. And so now all my sources are wrong and all my routing's wrong and whatever. And the amount of times I want to pull my eyes out of my skull and throw them across the room is astronomical. Audio is especially, and it's honestly audio with PCs. I would say Windows with audio. That's where it's just like, someday I won't have eyelashes, and you guys will know why. Stress. I love the Elgato Wavelength software. It's a solid virtual mixer. Is it really? That's really nice, though. I think that's the one that guy suggests in the video. It's the card no one can start, but you, or knowing how to hit the jukebox to get a free song. Exactly. Like jiggling the key to get the ignition to work. I had a car like that, actually. Right, don't look behind my desk. I try to do cable management, but because things get fucked up, like, I have a modicum of, I have cable control, I would say. Like, it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but it's controlled. It's, like, very Velcroed. It's like a Velcro banded conduit piece of all the cords along the back of my desk feeding to my PCs over there. But once the spaghetti gets to the PCs, it's like, you can tell Katie troubleshoots a lot. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of shit just because you never know. I mean, nothing, you could touch nothing, and it's different the next day and just doesn't fucking work. And you're like, why? So fucking irritating. The dude that played the Green Ranger is dead due to wait, really? A good time to just mention that, if you're hurting, please ask for help. I know that's so trite, but Jesus Christ, that's sad. He was 49? Damn, he was young. Sad. Oh, I hope his family's okay. That's super fucking sad. I haven't looked back there since 2016. So my desk isn't against a wall. I guess that's probably a big part of it. My desk literally faces the kitchen, like that side of it. I can just look over the top and I see like a few snake tanks in my kitchen. So I have to walk from my kitchen into this room all day, and I couldn't stand to look at a fuck story back there. I would go insane. Like I would physically just start to like tick. I have to see it every day, all the time. That's probably a big fucking reason. 49. That's fucking young. That's super fucking sad. I hope his family's okay. I really, honestly, I like my Elgato face cam. The only thing I hate about it is it's built to focus at like this perfect 30 centimeter range. And then beyond that, it's shit. Like you can't go closer. You can't go further. It just looks like crap. It's better than the Logitech cams by all means, but it's still not great. I just don't understand why. Like, especially after COVID and everybody was on webcam. Like, can we come out with some decent shit already? I don't want to buy a $600 fucking, like, DSLR to stick on top of my computer. Aw, thank you, little mama Silva. It's very staticky today, so I put some oil, like some hair oil in it, because the dry weather is making my hair like stick. It like I can feel like one little strand will just come around and start to like tickle my nose. I'm like, static makes me go crazy, but thank you. The sauce, Michael. DSLR is great. I just don't have the expendable cash for a next DSLR camera. It would be nice to have a day of the week without fucking construction traffic outside. I was just talking about that, Kel. Literally, I was like, there are some places around, especially around our house, for some reason. Well, not even in our area, like Commerce City area. It'll take 25 minutes to get through a stoplight because of the sheer amount of construction going on all the time. And it's like they're always doing it on truck routes. Wow, my brain did weird. My mouth did weird things with that word at that moment. You can zoom in and zoom out, but if you look at like the actual like the technical stats of the camera itself is built to like the ultimate focus is a 30 centimeter range. It zooms and zooms out, but if I zoom in, it doesn't get any better. It just starts to pixelize out. You know what I mean? I found the only way to make it work like absolutely great is to blind myself with lights. Like if I literally have like a key light here just fucking bleaching me out, then the camera works pretty well. But beyond, and I'm just not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Can't do it. I ain't Carrie Lake. I don't live in front of a ring light. The house is far on the eastern edge of the city. There's a long road. That used to be in the middle of nowhere. There are a ton of construction yards and facilities. Oh shit. 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. Why? The Canon M200. Honestly, Zach gave me this camera when he got his new one. I live with hand-me-downs. The bright light. I'm a basement dweller. Like I have my cam settings jacked up so it's bright in here. I like to live in the dark. Like I get very upset if someone hands me their phone and is like, "Look at this meme," and their phone's brightness is on 100%. Like, are you attacking me? Did I do something personally to offend you? Are you coming for me? I don't understand why you had to just like offer me such volatile hostility. Oh my god, I thought this was this song. That's so much money just for my face. I know I'm a cheapskate, but $800 for a camera? For a webcam? That just seems a lot to me. For just a face. Like I don't think anybody needs to see like pores, you know what I mean? Headaches, cuteness, exactly. Hell no to the fucking lights. It's a great image, don't get me wrong. If I was in the market now, I would definitely go for the face cam. It's a decent one, and they have like excuse me. They have a higher end one now, Elgato does. So this one I think is a little bit cheaper. I don't know. I don't know what the more high-end one does. Pick up your pores? I don't know. The only time I really want a nicer camera is when I do stuff with my spiders or when I do art. Because there is no way to show you how cool they look. Because the camera is picking up, very minute detail. $350 for your webcam. I don't even know how much this was a hand-me-down. Again, I have a lot of hand-me-downs. I'm cool with it. They work for me. I grew up with it. I'm a middle child. As someone who works for a construction company with private and city contracts, I can confirm that many workers fuck with you on purpose. If they got to get up at 4 or 5, so do you. Just resentful dudes who leave nails on the road on purpose. Mean. That doesn't seem like they're racking up very good karma. Oh, fuck yeah, Rob. Came up on sale? That's lucky. My webcam doesn't fuck up. The only time it does anything is if I pick it up and rattle it around, in which case I just have to activate it and or I have to deactivate or reactivate it and it's on immediately. My camera doesn't fuck up. What do you mean by fuck up? Need to see the mites in my lashes. I'm saying, like, you want to see what I ate last night? See whether or not I flossed? I did, Mayo, yeah. It's horrific. Yeah. Yep. It's horrible. It was a great way to wake up this morning. I don't know. Like, the only thing is it would show greater detail. Right? I'm saying, like, for $800, you're going to see my pores, and I don't necessarily want you to see them. That's just a lot of money just to see my pores. But that's just, I'm cheap. Like, I kind of am I won't spend the money until I have to. You know what I mean? It just doesn't, there's no payout for me. It just seems like an extravagant piece of hardware to stick on my monitor. To which I shall smoke too. How are you, by the way, Kat? Greater detail that's immediately lost in compression, I guess. And that's the other thing. Like, how much do you lose in the compression of Twitch? As well, I don't know. It's just a webcam. If it works and you can tell I'm like human and I'm speaking to you, we're good. I'm good. I'm good. I still wear tank tops I bought when I was 15 years old. So if that doesn't tell you how often I buy new things, I don't know what will. This one, actually. I have a picture of myself in high school wearing it. Turns out I have man-sized hands. What the fuck does that even mean, Cake? I guarantee my hands are the same size as some man's hands. What does that even mean? What's a man hand? Was it on it? Were you, like, giving an excellent hand job? That is the only time I could think, like, man hands is appropriate. Because apparently we don't do it well enough. However, I've never had anyone turn down me touching their dick. Just saying. How much do you lose in the compression of Twitch? Everything. I don't know. Maybe. Problem is, you can spend the days of your life tweaking setup. If it works, why mess with it? And that's also, I kind of, like, I originally used to have my desk against this wall over here because I like to hide the cord spangle mess. And you guys saw, like, my bookcase and stuff, which is on that side of the room. And I, like, because of the camera and it's 30 centimeter perfect focus, blah, 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 all the shit, having, like, 20-ish feet behind me of space that my camera was struggling to, like, focus and light and, like, balance the light in was making it so I looked really grainy. And literally almost every single day before stream, I had to sit here and tweak with the lighting settings, even though I hadn't moved a light. And I don't have any natural light coming in, so it's not like I was being fucked by windows or anything. But every single day, just because the room was so big. So I really swung us this way just to give way less room behind me so my camera has less to worry about, I guess. I mean, apparently if I were to get a ring or gloves, I need to use man sizes. You know how I feel about that. Facts, Cat. I mean, I think it was a meadow, but meadow, field, who's gonna differentiate? Facts. My hands are definitely as big as a man. What's a man size? I wear a size 9 ring. Is that a man size? Then I'm a man size right there with you. Fuck it. Let's mans together. Dude, cuteness, that's my opinion. Like, if you're gonna make memes about how, like, no bitch can jerk it off like I can, then I'm just gonna stop touching your dick. Like, is that your aim? Would you like me to stop trying to touch your dick? Or would you like to encourage me to touch your dick? Like, be smart. Fuck. God. Kelsey, thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an A swings.
Forever.
I love you and appreciate you. Jesus Christ. Hi, Weezus. How are you? Why are sizes for men and women? Why aren't they just measured in CM? I was thinking the same thing. Honestly, I'm not trying to just give you shit cake. I didn't know there was a man size or a woman size of a hand or a finger. Like, I don't know. Am I dumb? I've got fairly large hands. I can't like palm a basketball, but they're long. Yeah, it's like lady hands. Like, I'm a lady, but I guarantee Vissy's hands are probably like this on me. You know what I'm saying? Both ladies. Yeah, that seems so stupid. On the flip side, you can have tiny, tiny hands like my wife, and I have her child-sized thimble. Exactly, CNMOS, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, some people, like, if Alchemy was to put her little paw on my hand, it probably would look like this. But we're both ladies. Like, I don't get it. Feels like a way to shame or get you to pay more money. What's about this wanting dicks touch? I've seen a lot of memes in the past couple years where it's on the lines of my face when she tries to jerk me off or when she gives me a hand job or whatever. It's basically saying, like, she can't jerk me off as good as I can. She might as well just suck it. And every time I see one of those, I get less and less likely to touch a dick. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, does this internet population of dick owners not want me to touch their dick? Or would you rather encourage me? Use encouraging words, maybe. I don't know. Communicate, for fuck's sake. Seems cruel. I don't, like, common sense, my dudes. The answer is the French. God, why is it always the French? Oh my God, Weezus. Did you know that that's Pam from True Blood? Another really weird fact I know that it helps me in no way in the world, but someday in bar trivia I might win. Pam in True Blood is man hands in Seinfeld. Now that's in your arsenal. You're welcome. Yeah, it's not her hands. I think that's like they have like a person actually come in who has like big old man-like hands. They're not her hands, but that's her. Apparently there is. When looking at ring sizes, I'm way up there in the man sizes. What is, like, I wonder, what is your ring size? Just curious, Cake. Like, what are sizes? I'm curious if they're similar to ring sizes here, because I've never gone and bought a ring, like, from a store, but I have, like, a ring sizer from when I was making rings in college and stuff in art. And ours are just, like, a number. Like, I'm a not, like, this, I think these 3 fingers on me are, like, a 9 across the board. Something like that. But I don't remember how many cms or millimeters that is. It's been a while. I don't know how people go by sizes anymore. Fake orgasm does not improve the situation. Fuck no. You and I both know that there are memes are sourced from people who are disappointed that more isn't happening. Oh my God. I bet those memes are made by the type that grab your head and push it down. No one can touch your dick like you can if you don't open your fucking mouth and say how you like it. Boom. Quoting an awesome meme I saw recently. Don't waste your time on people who should have been swallowed. I got warm, fuzzy feelings in my heart, and I had to sit with them for a minute. So if a French kisses tongue, a French hand job, are they different? I don't know. My wife's taller than me, wears the same size shoes as me, and our wedding rings are the same size, yet her clothes cost more. Oh, pink tax. Pink tax. I mean, not even, you could take it as base as like tampons. What do we do if we can't buy them? What's option 2? If you are a menstruating uterus owner and you can't afford a tampon, what do you do? Stand outside like Walgreens free bleeding until someone takes pity? Pink tax is severe. In a button, oh fuck, it's button mushrooms. God damn it, it's button mushrooms. No, you're right.
Penetrate that asshole.
For shame, Catherine, it's button mushrooms. No, you got me, cuteness, I forgot. I mean, rags, honestly. But I think about that sometimes, like, everything is usually marked up if it's marketed towards females for some fucking reason. And we call it the pink tax. But if menstruation materials are capital number 1A pink tax because we have to have them. They are not free. If someone was just walking around letting chunky parts of their sloughed uterus fall down their leg, they'd probably be locked up and put in a special place with a white jacket because people think they're crazy. When in reality, they couldn't afford a $20 box of pads or whatever. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't have an answer, but it's weird. It's T. See, UK. So UK sizes are letters. UK bras are different too. Holy shit. When I went to the UK the first time, I went to go buy a bra because I think I just forgot to pack any bras. Like it was the one thing I just forgot, like an idiot. And my size there was like a double F. And I was like, as a member of the itty bitty titty committee, like I was pretty fucking stoked. They make you feel very generous with your tits over there. And then my friends like Lizzie are like, oh yeah, I'm like an easy 93. I'm like, oh. Okay. I don't feel cool anymore. But it made me feel really cool in the moment. Dude, no, slow cod, you're totally fine. Solo, I think Spain made them free, and I think Scotland has made them free. But I agree. Like, it's kind of bizarre that it's just this thing. Like, as a female, like, you have to, on top of all your bills, like, you have to prepare that that's something else you have to buy. And when you inevitably ruin all of your nice underwear, you will have to replace those as well. It's pretty weird. It's just weird. Make having a period inconvenient to men. That'll soon make sanitary products free. Isn't that sick that that's what it'd have to be, though? And, like, every man I've ever dated and been in a long-term relationship with has been so fucking cool with period stuff. Like, I've never actually in person met someone who, like, when you're like, sorry, I have cramps, they go, oh, gross. Like, people are, I don't know, I'm part of such a, I'm a millennial. We're not perfect, but part of a generation where I feel a lot of men weren't, like, raised to ick at just the female body. Like, I've never dated a dude who wouldn't fuck me on my period if I wanted it. And that's growth. That's something. Because, like, if you look at the Bible, like, you were sent to a tent to rub rocks on your face because you were impure for a week before and after. And all this shit. Like, we've gone places with it. You shoplift, I assume. Who the fuck would actually narc stop you from taking that shit? Even, like, shitty English teacher, McRules or rules. Shitty English teacher McRules rules. I love that. Would stop someone taking a single box of time. I would hope. I would honestly hope you're right. I don't know. Because what a horrible place to be in. I mean, we learned recently that there are lunch ladies and just school employees who will straight up rip lunch out of a child's hands because their parents can't afford it and they have like a lunch debt. So at this point, I'm not shocked by anything. Unclean, forever unclean. She needs a menstruation mansion. That would probably be my 13th reason. A man who icks the female body. Dude, I haven't experienced it. And thankfully, my stepdad wasn't that way growing up. Like, thank fuck. But I know they're out there. I know it exists. Like that weird, like, you know, ladies don't poop or sweat or menstruate. And they wear makeup when they mystically have their face done after birth. Like, I know there's a population of people who still, like, abide by that. And that scares me. Dude, for reals, Aquarion, my shoe size, I think I'm the same, actually. My US size in women's is like a 10. And I think in the UK, I'm like, in women's, I'm like a 42 or a 43. It's very weird. The sizes are so bizarre. Italy gets even weirder with sizing. But in the US, like, if you're in the US, you know this, but if you're not, we have across the board. So you could literally, like, say you're walking in a mall. If you don't have a mall or anything like that, it's basically like a giant building with a whole bunch of stores in it. And you could go into one store and the jeans are sized like 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. And then you go in the next store and the jeans are sizes 8, 10, 12, 14. And then that's it. There's no more sizes beyond that because beyond that, you don't exist as a human. And then you could go to the next store and they have sizes 0, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And then you could leave that store very confused, walk into the very next store 2 feet away, and it'll be small, medium, large. And it's just, I don't know what I am. I wear things that are stretchy, so it doesn't matter. I can just squeeze into it because at this point, I don't know. I don't know. You've all done it all wrong. I don't fucking know. Girls are yucky. I mean, you're not wrong. Just not in that way. Hi, Bovi. How are you, love? Shoes. Women's US size is a 10, is a size 9 in the UK. Then who has the numbers? Is it Germany does the like 42, 43? Because I've ordered shoes that are like size 42 or whatever before online. Because it was from I thought it was the UK, but it might have been a different country. Yeah, probably EU somewhere. Still wildly weird. I would have slapped the lunch lady. Me too. I mean, can you fathom a human being that can do that? I still can't. I can't imagine that there's people that could rip lunch out of a child's hand. I'd go pay for it for that child. That is sick. It's like how apartment complexes are numbered. Exactly. You're looking for 4, you find 1, 2, 3, and then it's 17. And you're like, that's not how any of this works, though. I didn't learn to count that way. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, in like bras in general, I didn't learn until I was like 30 years old that the number is the band and the letter is the cup. I had no fucking idea. I was just like trying shit on, like putting it over my sweater and being like, that might fit, and trying it on and hoping for the best. But again, every single story you could be different. You could your band could be like a 32 and then a 28 and then a 34. There's no consistency at all, and they wonder why, like, we return so much shit. Like, come on, are you kidding? How tall? 6 foot. I'm a bitch. 6 feet tall. I'm a super size. I'm like America, minus the blonde. My great aunt and uncle on my dad's side are those exact people. Ugh. They claim when my mom farts, it's just, and I quote, oh God, God's way of saying hello after eating a meal. That's beautiful. They live in West Virginia in the mountains, so they don't interact with people that. Oh, that's beautiful. Being a lady can be fucking disgusting, honestly. I think my grossest roommate I ever had was a woman. She was sick. Oh my God, one of my dogs farted. Speaking of, I bet it was Lilith. Fuck, they stink. Or you can get even more confusing and have jeans in the 28, 29, 32 for denim specifically, but then also the same numbers, but a 32 is a size 25. Exactly. And then if we're talking like slacks, oh my God. I mean, I don't even know. Do slacks have sizes? I remember having to buy like slacks, just like trousers one time. And I didn't even know where they were supposed to sit on my body. I was like, what are these pants with no stretch? And like they fit in one part but not in the other, and they feel funny. God, it was clothes suck. I could say for people ordering food who live in the apartments, tell the driver where the fuck you live, especially if it's well hidden. Just because you know where you live doesn't mean I have any fucking idea where it is. I've seen people get mad about that before, and I'm like, do you get mad when you stub your own toe too? Do you like set the couch on fire? What's up? What's a sister's? Oh, like a sister size in bras? I learned about that as well. Yeah. So like you could like I'm a 32 double D, which I know sounds huge. 6 foot again. Stretch it out. But I could go down. I could be like a 30 F, right? Like you can go down in the band, up in the cup, or down in the cup, up in the band, I think. It's crazy how you can go back and forth with it. I didn't learn that until I was literally like 30 years old. That's insane. That's something we should be learning when we get the bra, for fuck's sake. You're a beautiful tree. Bless. I wish. Oh, wait, your wife is 6 foot and she wears a size 10 and her name is Katie? I've never met a Katie I didn't like. God, I hope there's not a production line. That's a lot of miserable women trying to pull their shirts down. Once I found out how to buy them, Wayne, yes. Slacks are great. I mean, they look fantastic on my ass, but like they fit so differently from literally just everything else, and they sit differently on your body. It was just really bizarre. I had no idea. Like, and the sizes were weird, and they have fake pockets. I won't go there, but they have fake pockets sometimes. Right? They're too small, too tight, or like I always have the gap, like the back of the ass gap thing, because I got like ass and thighs, but then like no hips, I guess. I don't know what the fuck that is. So I always have like that thing. I don't know, the fucking gap. Always, but mainly with slacks. Cups are relative to the band, and the bands are based on Victorian shirt sizes. No shit. So they're not even based on inches. I didn't know that either. Interesting. So they made different, like Victorian, like for making corsets kind of thing? Interesting. I did read that some companies started making 1/2 size bras for now. No shit. Someone said you can also get 2 different cup sizes, but they're insanely priced, even compared to bra sizes. Oh, I'm sure. There are some stores where you can get 2 different size shoes. Like if you have an injury or a bunion on one foot, so you need to get a half size larger for one shoe, but they literally basically, excuse me, charge you for 2 pairs of shoes. It's pretty crazy. It's like plumber's crack, but it's like built-in plumber's crack. You get it no matter, it's just there. That's the great thing about spandex. Everything should stretch. If it doesn't have stretch, I don't want it in my life. I'm done with that part of my life, like squeezing into shit I don't fit in. I'm done being miserable with clothes. From what I hear, it was only until recently that bras were engineered by women finally started appearing regularly. I believe that because there are so many different bra companies out there that are like online specifically that cater to specific body sizes. So I've seen like bra companies that are catering specifically to like women with small boobs. Not little girls with small boobs, as we all were at one point, but women with small boobs, which is a huge population. Like, you have a rib cage, but you also just happen to have kind of a flat chest. And for a while, it was basically you had to shop in the pink section of Victoria's Secret or get like girls' sports bras if you wanted anything. Otherwise, you'd have like that sad cup with the huge gap in it because there was just nothing. But now there's some companies online that do that. And there's a lot of companies now that cater to women who have huge boobs because while those of us who aren't endowed as much on the front may have gaps in our bras, those with boobs are destroying their backs. Like I had my best friend growing up, who I played sports with, she would have a strip of just purple and red broken blood vessels at the end of the day, every single day. She actually wore a sports bra over a bra with underwire just for extra support. And it would just be strips of it. And I know women that still to this day, bras are just tearing into their shoulders just because of the sheer weight of their breasticles. And so I know there's companies that are like developing, like I can't remember what they're called. There's a name for them where the band is kind of like a mini corset almost. The band goes down further, which gives a lot more support here instead of just here. From what I've read, because it was hard finding bras. It's still hard. I don't think any like actual weight support is supposed to be here. Like basically your shoulder straps are just guiding where the cups are covering your nipples. All the support's supposed to be in the band. But if you look at modern, like fancy bras at like Victoria's Secret or whatever else, I can't think of another one because I don't go to malls anymore. But the band is often like this thick with like one eye hook. For a triple D bra or something, you're like, I'm sorry, what's holding who? Where's it happening? I don't know. I'm genuinely asking. And way more options for no underwire. Underwire is the sin. I have not worn underwire in like 500 years. Fuck that shit. Long line. Thank you, Bliffle. Yes, it's long line. So if you are one of those well-endowed breasticle bitches, look for long line. So basically, like, I have a sports bra on, so it doesn't even matter. But if you like, I know a lot of big boob people, I think, have to wear underwire just because of the weight. It helps get the weight off their shoulders and shit. But I've seen bralettes and stuff where it's not underwire in the cup, it's just that band support, but it's the long line. And they're really cute, actually. I think they're fucking adorable. But it's kind of like a mini little corset, I guess. I don't know another word for it. I guess a little corset. Without the, binding and whatever. But it gives like that support here instead of just hanging off of your body. If you suffer with those broken blood vessels, Katie can speak, blood vessels, I highly suggest you seek out some better bras. There's a subreddit called A Bra That Fits. That's literally how I learned like how to fit myself for a bra and shit, because I just went through life wearing sports bras, and I still do now because I'm lazy. But because I could never find a bra that fit me ever, and they teach you how to measure yourself, and then they give you a lot of websites where you can buy bras that are like nice, pretty, lacy, boulder holders, but not $500. And then none of them are from Victoria's Secret. And there's a million different sizes out there. It's pretty cool. Coming back to my weird kid crush. Oh, Vasquez. Yeah. The actor who played her, Jeanette Goldstein, has a company that makes bras for taller, bigger women. Shut up. Good. That's amazing. For all the hate the Kardashians get, I'm not going to give them anything, but one of the sisters does have a clothing line that caters to literally like size 0 to size forever. Like I think it's Chloe, the oldest, I think. The tallest, at least. I don't know if she's the oldest. Anyways, she started a clothing line, mainly jeans and stuff like that, where it caters to literally every size, and she won't let a company carry her clothing line unless they can carry every single size she offers. And while that definitely limits, that got really loud, sorry. While that definitely limits who can carry her clothes, I really like the statement in it, because I think that's kind of the way it should be. Okay, it's not Courtney. I know who Courtney is. It's not. I think it's Chloe then. It's not Kim. It's Chloe. I don't follow the Kardashians. I just watched her on it. She was on Hot Ones. The one I'm talking about was on Hot Ones, and she talked about it, and I kind of liked that. Like I was like, I wish that's the way it was. I don't think anyone should feel bad about being skinny or not when buying clothes. Like you should be able to go in and either your size is sold out or you can find it. I think that's the way it should be. I don't think people should have to go to an XL store or whatever to find something. It just causes body shame and shit, A bra that fits, right? Oh my God. Thank you. I'm so glad I'm not the only one that knows about a bra that fits. I found it years and years ago, like when I was in college. It saved me. I ordered so many bras online that I still wear to this day because they're in phenomenal condition, because they're really high quality and fit well. So it's not like they're breaking down, being stretched and pulled on my body all day. I thought Victoria's Secret was she's an old man who lives in Ohio. Oh my God. Oki's on that bombshell. I'm off to eat, so lurky time. Have a beautiful meal. Don't forget to wash your hands. Fingernails are disgusting. Take your joy. I love you. Thank you for hanging out. If I don't see you, I hope you have a wonderful Monday, and I'll see you on Tuesday. I learned last week that Jessica Alba has a makeup line that she sold in Walgreens. Oh, no shit. I didn't. Wait, did I know that? Is it called just like Alba? I feel like I've seen it. Oh my God, Vile. I just remembered I had to tell you this. So you remember like a couple weeks ago, you told me when you were doing inventory, because we're always anti Sephora here. Sephora upcharges on everything and makes everyone feel ugly, and they're just terrible. And Vile does inventory for like Ulta and Sephora and all of these big makeup megatoriums, whatever the fuck you want to call them, all the time. And the day, I'm not even kidding you, Vile. So you came into stream and you were like, by the way, everyone, just in case you're wondering, Sephora upcharges 20% on everything in stock during the holidays. Something like that. Like it's literally a 20% upcharge on everything. So if it says it's on sale, it's literally they're just putting it back down to normal price, which I thought was crazy and hilarious. It doesn't surprise me, but it's wild. I'm not even kidding you. It was either that day or the day after. I got a email from Sephora that was like 20% off until Christmas. Coupon. I was like, oh, you maniacal fucking can't. I mean, they know what they're doing. Like, who would. Unless you're a beauty, unless that's like your hobby, buying makeup all the time, I assume. And no shame. Unless that's your thing, like going to Sephora all the time. Someone like me, I go there like once every couple of years, buy a couple things, and then that's how long they last. So I never go back. So I would never notice those price differences ever in a million years. It goes so long between buying like I still have makeup palettes from like 20 years ago. I don't use them because they're old as fuck. I need to like alcohol them down. But you know what I mean? They're maniacal. Shop at Ulta is the moral of the story if you have family members or you yourself like makeup. It's called Honest Beauty. Interesting. I feel like shut up, hold on. They sell it at Target too. This is the moisturizer I've been using for like a couple months and I love it. I had no idea. It's really nice. I've been using the face wash too and it's fantastic. It's really basic ingredients. It's like really short ingredients list and there's no fucked up weird shit in it and it's really nice. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Okay, so Jessica Alba's skincare line. I've been trying to find just like cheaper alternatives because when I first moved here my skin freaked out as it does when you move to a drastically different climate. And so I freaked out and I went to like Ulta and I got some very high-end skin products just to try to repair my face, like repairing creams and stuff like that. And I love this song too. Dude, In This Moment's fantastic. And so I had a bunch of like I used them up, but I don't want to be like financially dependent on a $60 face lotion. That is a that to me is like something I would love to get as a gift for Christmas or something like that, but not something I don't want to be dependent on that just to moisturize my flesh. And this was so ridiculously inexpensive. I don't remember what it cost, but I've been just trying to find something that's just as like moisturizing without being super expensive. And I picked up this, and apparently it's Jessica Alba's line. I had no idea. I'm almost out. You can see where the plunger is. It's good stuff. That's hilarious. And she doesn't market it as clean, which I really dig. I think it is in terms of what people give a shit about, but she doesn't market that way, and I like that. Ooh, random question to the people who wear rings in chat. Can you resize them up? Absolutely. So, Mickey, I actually learned this. So, you know how I like gained a bunch of weight and then lost a bunch of weight? So, I have a ring that my mom got me when I turned 18, and all the women in my family, like, that's the thing. When we turn 18, our moms get us a ring, I guess. Anyways, I gained a lot of weight when I was in college to the point where I couldn't get my ring on, and I had to go get it expanded. And the problem is that depending on what the ring is made out of and how far they go from one size to the next size, the band starts to get thinner and the integrity of it breaks down. So the ring my mom got me is white gold, which is just like it's like really high, really like low carat gold, right? It's white gold, which is relatively soft. And after I had it stretched, like a couple years later, literally, I was lifting a bale of hay and just the pressure of the bale of hay pushing on the ring against my finger snapped the ring and it grabbed a piece of my finger and like tore it off. It was horrible. So if depending on like how small the ring is and how big you're going from that size, I would just go with a really high quality metal that's not going to snap. Nothing gold, basically, because it's soft. I look better in gold, so everything I have is like, I don't have any jewelry. Obviously, not married, but I have like an earring or one or two that are gold. Like I look better in gold, unfortunately, but you can get gold plated like you know. I don't know, what are they plated on? It's not silver if you get nice rings. I don't know what they plated on. Can you do platinum? I don't know if platinum's I think platinum might be super expensive. I don't know about silver though. Like actual silver, like silver again, like silver, pure ass silver. I don't think most jewelers do silver, do they? You just got to be careful because it will. I had one snap. It was horrible. It was so scary. It pinched the fuck out of my finger, and I had to like rake it off my like it was like zipping. It was literally this. It was like zipping your dick skin into your zipper of your pants. Like it snapped, and I just sat there like because it immediately tried to reform after it snapped, and it threw my finger flesh. That was scary. So that's what I would beware of, or like go for a really thick band. You know what I mean? Like, if you're getting a smaller one that you need to get stretched, try to pick the thickest band possible of the small ones, and you're gonna have to mentally imagine it looking a lot thinner once they stretch it out. You know what I mean? Like, you might not like it when it's smaller because the band's so thick, but what if they take it up a couple notches, it's definitely gonna shrink. That would probably help. It's interesting. I definitely had that happen to me, though. It hurt. That was a hurt. Yeah, and I don't know what white gold is. Like, I know there's, like, the carat. I think it's, like, the higher the carat number. Or no, it's not carat. What is it when they with gold? Did they say carats with gold? I've mixed my brain up now. I started thinking of a diamond on accident, and I got really confused. But it's like it is carats, right? So if it's like 24 karat gold, it's not a lot of gold though, right? Or is it so the higher number means more gold, lower number, so like a 14 karat gold means it's not as much, so it's not as soft. Higher number softer, lower number not as soft. Okay, cool. My brain got real turned around and for some reason. Yeah. White gold has nickel and zinc in it. Oh, interesting. And that's what makes the color. Cable, that depends. Are you talking about the local news of Colorado? First thing I saw this morning. Great way to wake up. It's literally like 20 minutes south of me. I have to take a shower and take off for Thanksgiving. Be safe. Don't forget to wash your hands. Drive safe. Please drive safe, Najeel. If you're still here and still listening, please. Anyone traveling for the holiday this week, please, for the love of fuck, drive safe. This is the number one week for traffic accidents, deadly, horrible traffic accidents. Like, drive safe. You're not in a hurry anywhere. No one matters that much as your life. Please be safe. 24 carats pure. Okay, cool. Thank you. I didn't know. White gold was designed to be a workable replacement to platinum. Oh, no shit. I'm not a huge fan of white gold, honestly. I wouldn't do it again. I didn't think it was that nice. I only get gold because, like, of the very minute pieces of jewelry I have, I get gold just because it looks better. My skin tends to look very yellow when I put silver on. Not good news. It was bad news this morning. We had real bad news in Colorado this morning. I don't know if I'm quite ready to talk about it. Yeah. Kel's way closer to it than I am. It's just terrible. Just Google Colorado if you want to read about it. It's just horrible. Cable. We heard about that as well. Yep, heard about that as well. It's been a bad day. Yeah, real black, don't go there. Yeah, that's kind of how I just don't really want to talk about it yet. I mean, if you want to go look it up, that's up to you. It's a horrible thing. It's just horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, Green Ranger. That was sad too. It's been a sad day. You know, though, guys, like, since we're already on the topic of death, the holidays is a really, really, really dark time for so many people. And I know for you, a lot of you, it's a really dark time. For me, it's a very dark time. Like, a lot of us spend it alone. Thank fuck for Twitch so we can spend it together, as we've done for the past 8 years now. But before that, like, when everyone around you is full of so much joy and you are either alone, going through something terrible, going through a breakup, are just depressed because that's how we're built these days, whatever, and you see all the happiness around you, it makes everything worse. It exponentiates all the horrible in your head. And so I just want to say I encourage all of you to, like, reach out to someone like, just text someone and be like, was thinking about you. Next time you think of someone, text them. If you have their, like, when you're just, like, walking around your house and you see something that you're like, just anything, and you're like, oh, that reminds me of so-and-so, and then you carry on with your day, I know your cell phone's in your pocket, pull it out and be like, hey, I was just thinking about you. Because I know that can make a huge difference for me. There's a dog hair on my face. I'm going to go crazy. I know that can make a huge difference for me sometimes when I'm feeling, like, just down in the dumps, like I'm a piece of shit. No one cares about me. No one asks how my day is going. Like, I don't remember the last time my parents called me. Like, those days happen, and it all compounds at once. And sometimes just having someone out of nowhere send you a funny gift that's like, bitch, you pretty and I like you. Suddenly your day, like, you smile and you remember that while those other things you were hyper focusing on may be true, they're not all encompassing, and there's a lot more, and you do have bright spots. You know what I mean? But this is a tough time of year. It doesn't excuse anything that's happened, by the way. I don't know if I need to clarify that, but there are a lot of people that just, like, it just is worse. I don't know why. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know the science behind it, but it can be a lot worse this time of year. I finally got my mom to agree to come to the holiday dinner and stop having petty bullshit. Fuck yeah. Stop her from seeing her mom. I'm making my quinoa kale avocado salad. Oh, hell yeah. With lemon Dijon mustard. So next time you visit, you make that, yeah? Deal. Cool. 14K is more practical. Okay, so I think that's what mine is, 14K. 24 is more for decoration pieces and practical. Yeah, 24, I feel like my mom, she told me when she was younger, she went to Italy, like when she graduated college, her and her friend went to Italy, and they got some like 24 karat necklaces because in Italy gold was really cheap, but they were so soft that all the chain links would just bend and fall apart constantly. Oh, you got Outlaw and Lilac Diesel? Fuck yes. Oh, dude, hell. You're smoking both the pre-rolls at the same time? Oh, fuck yes. You're gonna get so fucking high. I'm so excited you got Lilac Diesel. I'd put it in a bong. Pre-rolls do nothing for me, but to each their own. Dude, that salad sounds phenomenal. Dude, Zach's the one who cooks most of the time. I cooked quesadillas for dinner. You're welcome. I'm a child. Eating's just, I just need to get it over with. I don't like cooking. Minty. Thank you for subbing to the class. Keep it classy life. Give it an 8 of swings. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. I appreciate you. 2 at the same time. I imagine that's what I would do if I had $1 million. What is that from? I can hear it in my head. What is that from? It's Office Space. Fuck. Oh my God. My brain was really halted just there. I could like hear it. Whoa. Wow. Thank you. Yeah. It's his funny neighbor, his construction neighbor. Yeah. I do 2 broads at the same time, man. That's what I think I'd do if I had $1 million. Yeah. I fucking love that guy. His neighbor's one of my favorite people in the whole world. 2! That made me cry a little. I swear to God, there's a dog hair that I keep like putting back on my nose and then off, and it's haunting me. I'm good with one. Dude, I'm the same. I've been in a couple like near multiple partners instances, and what I've come down to is I'd much rather focus all my attention on one person and do a damn good job of making them feel good than like have to separate it out and just do an okay job. You know what I mean? Yes, I did. Oh my God, Mickey, it's fantastic. We were listening to it on Friday, I think. Yeah, I had it on Friday, and then we went on a YouTube trail. It was interesting. Peeps think that not having time sense ADHD is a problem, but we're actually unbound by time. We can leave memories or information in perfect recollection. I'm gonna be honest, that's not one of my favorite features of ADHD. It's like a gift and a curse. Like I can get wrapped up in a memory of a recent fuck I've had that was great and borderline come in line at the grocery store. But I can also viscerally remember getting stepped on by a horse when I was 12 and start to sweat and get very panicky and think I'm in a hospital. And getting out of that cycle is really fucking hard if I don't have someone else around that I can just start having a conversation with. If I'm stuck in silence, like alone, I'm stuck. I try not to go there. It's absolutely like the world's worst superpower because it's not. I guess sometimes I don't have a choice over it. I guess. Yeah, and then the obsessive thoughts and all that. Yeah, it can be, and it's literally. I completely understand where you're coming from. It is visceral. You feel it. You can feel it. It's like I'll have to like I've actually many times had to close my eyes and do this and physically try to shake off something I'm thinking about. And Zach will look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, it's nothing. I'm just getting it off. Like I have to shake it out of my system because you can't stop. So I'll start doing this. Literally. It's so weird. Intrusive. No, I totally get what you mean. Is the new Pokemon pretty good? I think that's what Eliza and Andrew are doing. I had a period of a few months of my life where there was 2 people I was seeing. That was too much. Never again. I couldn't do it. It's a lot to bring one person into your life, you know? Especially as a grown up or whatever the fuck we are now. I'm in a polyamorous relationship with 3 women, and they all live with me. Some days it's a horror movie, so it's pretty damn awesome. You mean like the 5 days a month where their moon is between 2 rivers? I'm the same. I can remember how every girl I've ever kissed felt. I also remember when Rollerblader rolled over my foot and broke 8 of 10 toes at once. Same. Hard, same. Oh, yeah. You ever run into an ex in a public place and immediately remember what their genitals felt like encompassing yours? That's a really negative experience to have. 'Cause same. But you don't have control. Like, it was just the first thing that came to mind, and your body's gonna feel it, and here we are. Here we are now getting Dippin' Dots, and I am creaming down my jeans. What now? Help. What now, Jesus? Anyone ever tell you have a case of the Mondays? Nah, fuck no, man. I know. He's the best character in the whole thing. I don't have ADHD, but I have very detailed memory, so I can do something similar, and yeah, no bad memories can get scary that way. I wish. That'd be nice. I played the last, I can't remember which version I had, but the last, like, Pokemon game that came out, I played on Switch, and I really liked it. When your memory palace is a brothel. I didn't ask to be called out like this. Sonic Frontiers? What kind of game is that, Vile? I don't think I've heard of that one. Ever have people send you to a store to get tampon removers because you've never shopped for feminine needs before and the cashier laughs at you because it doesn't exist? They're genius women, though. No, they're geniuses. You're like Dracula with his genius bitches. No, that's genius. I have no sympathy at all. That's fantastic. That's so good. I reckon you'd get your ass kicked for saying that, Peter, man. I love him. He looks, so the way that guy looks, my stepdad. Mullet, everything. He looks so much like my stepdad. It's hilarious. Oh, they can get very, oh, I thought you were saying you couldn't get into that. Oh, yeah. But even the good ones, because it's not necessarily someone's dick I want to be thinking about in that moment. You know what I'm saying? But like, and I've thought about that. That's so interesting because I've talked about this with my therapist. Like when I talk about memories as a kid and stuff, I don't have memories in terms of how I think about my memories now. Like my memories now are very visual. Most of my memories as a kid, I can't necessarily remember how someone's face looked or the color of their eyes. I remember how people made me feel or how a place made me feel or how something made me feel. It's always feelings. Like they made me feel icky. This made me feel weird, but never like the visual aspect of it, which is super interesting. Because to this day, I'm still very much like all of my memories are based around visceral feelings. Like the way I felt around someone will stain everything about them forever. You know what I mean? You think that's a trauma thing? I don't know. Not disagreeing. I really don't know. Why? Shut up. Dogs. I can't remember shit. See, like, my memory kicks in so late. Like, I won't remember what I did last night today, but in a week, I'll remember what I did last night. You know what I mean? And then I'll hyper remember it for some stupid reason. Katie, what would you say to someone looking for a therapist? What do you mean? In terms of, like, how to find one? I would say, fuck, congratulations on admitting you have a problem. I'm really excited for your growth. Therapy changed me, saved my life, quite literally. I've been releasing trauma and I get those memories back that are locked, that lock that feeling away. A video game music situation is developed, and you may be interested in the drama between Mick Gordon and id Software Bethesda. I saw a tweet about this, but I didn't know what was going on, so I kind of like brushed it off. But I heard something regarding these names. Mick Gordon's an OG metal musician, and they tried dragging him through the mud over their failed Doom Eternal. Didn't they? Yes! I saw some tweet about this. Aren't they still trying to drag him? Or what you should look for. So, in terms of like what to look for, stop guys, we'll take a break in a minute. In terms of what to look for, my success in finding a therapist has always been someone that I felt I was just bullshitting with. You know what I mean? I've had a few therapists in my life where it feels like they are following an ABC through a book, like asking me like, "And how does that make you feel?" And how, you know what I mean? But then I've had some therapists where when I walk in, I'm expecting them to be like, "What trauma shall we break into today, Catherine?" And we just start bullshitting, like, "How's your day? Did you have a nice coffee? Oh yeah, those Starbucks lines suck, da 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 da." And then suddenly I'm crying and we're reliving something I completely forgot from my childhood that explains why I'm afraid of women. That's where I've found, in my opinion, the most success because I think I'm so comfortable around them. It's almost like soothing a rabid animal before you put them to sleep or something. That's such a horrible, but you know what I mean? I go in defenses up, and I can't help it. That's how I enter every room. I enter that room with 10 masks on. I know exactly who I am before I walk into a room. I know who I'm pretending to be, essentially, for lack of a better word. And so therapists that are able to identify that right away without saying it, like it gets worse. If I walk into a room and someone goes, "Wow, you seem guarded." Oh, bitch, you want to build some more walls? Would you like to help Trump with that fucking what? You know what I'm saying? Like that is not the way to go. But the ones that just like we just start we're just like it's just like bullshit, with someone at a coffee counter or something like that. It's like small talking until suddenly they've hit something. So when you're looking for a therapist, like again, this all depends on like the country you're in and shit. Because obviously, insurance, healthcare, all of that comes into account. But throwing that all aside, because I don't know, I cannot tell you how to do it in your country specifically. Like, holy shit, that's just garbage. Um, the way that I view it is find a few therapists that are covered by your insurance or whatever that you can see affordably or feasibly. And your first appointment with them is an interview. That person is an employee of yours. You are paying them for a service. And if you don't feel like you're getting the service you're paying for, try another one. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I would make a couple different appointments with a couple different therapists, if at all possible, and see how each one made me feel because it's an interview process for someone that is literally going to be in the deepest darkest depths of your brain cavity where the ick is. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna, I mean, it's like it's the difference between someone saying, "I'm gonna keep you safe, this is a safe place, you can say whatever you need to here," and someone just sitting down and bullshitting with you and you innately knowing that. Does that make sense? It's hard. I mean, it's very hard. Hi, Liz. How are you? Oh my gosh, there are so many amazing creators. You're gonna lose. I'm so excited you found it though. Exactly, cake, and that's not a good idea. That's bad. That is bad. And I've heard from a lot of people where their therapists will try to convince them, like they'll be like, the patient, my friend, will be like, "I don't feel like this is going anywhere. I think I'm going to seek other therapists." And the therapist will be like, "Well, I really do think we've gone. I mean, look at all the progress we've made, all this stuff." "Well, I'm uncomfortable and I'm not having a good time." "Well, therapy's not comfortable." That's bullshit. If someone's trying to convince you to stay, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing when you're in an existential moment and you need therapy and you're just quitting therapy because your therapist is like, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't hurt yourself." And you're like, "I don't want to listen to you, dad." Like, this different, obviously. All jokes aside, very different. But you do deserve to have a therapist that you're comfortable with at the end of the day. It shouldn't feel like a chore to talk to your therapist or something like that. You know what I mean? Do you want to build a wall, man? Do you like to lay some grout? Is it grout? It's not grout. Lay some brick? I don't know. That's just coming. Let's stop it. He released so much documented proof that Bethesda's music director Chad Mossholder destroyed his vision of the most anticipated OST of all time and tried to get id and Bethesda to silence him through a six-figure settlement. Oh, they fucked then, yeah? I had a therapist that when I brought up childhood trauma, they said, "Well, just put that out of your mind to make room for good things." Oh. That's a Can you just be happy for the rest of us? We're all having a great day and you're really bringing us down. This is a different version. Oh, that's lay pipe. What's lay brick? Is that shitting on someone? I don't know. There's a comedian special on Netflix. Forgot her name. She said you go into therapy thinking they're going to tell you how much you suck, but you're actually the one to say, "Let me tell you how much I suck." Fuck, that is so good. Yeah. That's literally it. They're just a person there for you to like bounce shit off of, really. Yeah. Wow. Okay. That hits hard. That's real. I had a therapist that when I can't believe they said I mean, Liz, that's just sad. Okay. Someone mentioned if you don't feel like it's a good fit, apparently you can literally just stop showing up and that's fine and then look for someone else, which is what I did. With COVID, we went to phone appointments. Biggest ick ever for me. And then I just didn't pick up again and everything was canceled without my input. Yeah, I mean, you totally can do that. You don't need permission from your therapist. Absolutely. But I mean, honestly, a therapist that makes you feel like you need permission, that's probably not a healthy relationship anyways then, yeah, right? It's definitely hard to find a therapist. I've been through a few based on where Katie told me to go and found. Did you find one that fits? Oh, I'm so happy, Vile. And that Zach was the same way. He went through a couple before he found one that fits. Found one that fit. Yeah, English. I can do it. Found one that fit. And it sucks. Like, that's the worst part is you're shopping for a human. And if you're anything like me, you're like, well, today wasn't the best appointment, but what if I could give them a chance? Like, they have potential. You know what I'm saying? I always want to give people the benefit of a doubt. I always want to give people another chance. I always assume it might have been a bad day for them, or maybe I was off or something. And like when it comes to your brain and your brain health, like follow your gut. I would say that's probably That's probably the biggest piece of advice. If the therapist makes your gut feel poopy, get out. Your gut knows. We've been way too trained to ignore our gut feelings. You know what I mean? Little black dress, it's crazy. Yeah, I've heard some horror stories. I pay out of pocket for my psychiatrist and my name brand ADHD meds when I can get them. I can't hardly afford my make brain work pills, let alone my make brain feel good therapy, but I wish I could. I'm the same. It's like, honestly, I'd choose my therapy over electricity at this point, though. I had a therapist say, so you're good at practicing what's going to happen, but does it feel better if bad stuff happens? So why focus on bad things? Then he proceeded to use hand sanitizer a millisecond after he shook my hand. In 2017, far pre-COVID, my dude. Oh my God. Oh, is it Taylor Tomlinson? Was it Taylor Tomlinson? She's a newer, very young comedian, but she's fucking fantastic. Oh my God, she's so funny. Hi, Boywell, how are you? I think my biggest worry was like cost stuff or it not being canceled, not necessarily permission, but yeah, I was like, holy shit, I don't have to feel icky about telling the actual therapist it's not working out. I don't need that kind of breakup. Same. Irish goodbyes all day, every day, Maz. I will stand an Irish goodbye until the day I fucking Irish goodbye out of this world. Just with the man up. I hate that. You know my opinions on that shit. It's garbage. But seriously, I mean, like medication was great for me when I was diagnosed and everything, but therapy, it's like if you're anything like me, I'm very private with most of everything that's actually going on in my head. Like, and anytime I'm not speaking out loud and having a conversation with you guys, I'm never not thinking all the time. It's just never ending chaos in my brain all the time. And sometimes, like, having my therapist, who I've had for quite some time now, just to, like, word vomit all of that on her and be like, "Can you help me sort this jigsaw puzzle of my brain right now? Like, why am I hyper focusing on that? And why am I doing this? And, like, why am I scared of this for some reason right now? Or why am I suddenly, like, why do I hate my arms today?" Or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, some days, I don't know if you're the same, I'll wake up, some days, most days, look in the mirror, see the same Katie. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with what I see. It's pretty day to day the same thing. But then some days I'll wake up and I'll just be like, do I have, like, insanely fat arms? Like, do I just have, like, an obese bicep, and then I get existentially wrapped up in, like, have I gained weight overnight? Because y'all know eating disorders, fucked up brains, all that bullshit. Like, do I need to wear sweaters the rest of my life? What's wrong? Do I have lymphedema? Am I gathering water? Do I have cancer? Am I dying? And I can just, like, text my therapist and be like, can you just tell me I'm not losing my mind right now, please? And she'll be like, when was your period? And I'll be like, about a month ago. And she's like, boom, bitch. And that's the end of our conversation, because that's how long I've been going to therapy with her at this point, that we can have those kinds of, like, Katie, you know what's going on. Your hormones are wild. Stop. None of them list what they specialize in. Oh, no shit. So you don't know if it's like a child's therapist or something? That's not helpful at all. It was Taylor. Her stand-up's fantastic. I very much enjoy her. Nothing for nothing, but I'm in the US, so I paid her $150 for that advice. You paid her $150 to go away. That's what you did. If you think about it, because if you wouldn't have paid her, then you would have had to deal with her way longer, like collections and all that. Like, she would have haunted you. You gave her $150 to get her the fuck out of your vicinity. I went to therapy to word vomit shit out and try to untangle it with someone else, right? Did it feel better? I love my therapist. She's very much on, she allows me to talk the way I talk. You know what I mean? And that's a big thing for me when I go to therapy. Like, like, all the time, I'm not putting on a show. Most, you know this. I don't need to say that. I'm this way all the time. Like, I'm just kind of an absurd human being, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't told not to. I was given no boundaries. Who the fuck knows? Theories abound. And, like, for instance, if I get frustrated because I drop something, you know, I want to kill it. And I'll be like, I'm going to fucking murder you. And I'll say things like that. And I've had some therapists that are very proper, and they're a lot older, which is totally fine. I understand a different generation, not used to the language of today. But, like, they couldn't get past me saying fuck in my therapy when I was mad about something. And that immediately makes me build a little wall inside myself. Like, oh, I understand where my filter needs to keep being put back and back and back, because I am so hyper aware of how everyone in the room feels about what I'm doing. Like, that's probably another curse of something going on. Who the fuck knows? But, like, when I'm having one-on-one with the therapist and I can see their face, I'm sitting there and I'm reading every single twitch and blink and movement of their eyes and where they look when they're talking and everything, because it's a survival technique from growing up with alcoholics and abusive just family members. I still do it to this day to anyone I'm ever around. So you can't hide how you feel about something I did around you. I see it. I know it. Don't fucking lie to me. And it immediately makes me uncomfortable. And so I needed a therapist that I could say tits, fit, shit, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, fart, twat, you know, cum dumpster, whatever. I needed someone that won't flinch at a cuss word when I'm talking about something I'm passionately pissed about. That's no shade on any other therapist, but that's what I personally needed. And that's where, like, I think that, like, the personality, like the chemistry, I guess, with your therapist, whatever, that my therapist, instead of being like, and how did that make you feel? She can say, boom, bitch. And I'm like, all right. And I can tell her I hate her. And she doesn't go, do you really mean those words? She goes, well, you can feel that way if you want, but you know I'm right. And, like, we have that kind of rapport. And that's like 3 or 4 years of that rapport, you know. But I think that for me is important, because that helps me be relaxed enough to get into shit that affects me to this day and makes life harder when I want to make it a little easier, you know? It helps get it out of my brain and stop fucking going round and round, dude. The cyclical shit is the nightmare of it all. Ew, the therapist I saw went hard on the misogynist wagon. No, the misogynist wagon, no. How many times do you see them and they got that far? Jesus. Oh my God, Liz. It's like when you get caught on a door handle when you're having a bad day. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yesterday, dude. The day before, like, my capture card pooped, so I spent all day yesterday troubleshooting this shit, unplugging, replugging, dusting, all that. That's disgusting, Mickey, and I hate that so much. I was doing all this shit, and I was wearing, like, a huge, like, too big for Zach zip-up hoodie that some Twitch hoodie I had, because I was dusting and I was getting dust everywhere. But because it was so fucking huge and it had the little pockets down here, every time I turned my body, one of these stupid little pockets would like catch something and pull it just a little, like, and I would just be like, and have to like go put my face in the snow outside. I was so mad. I'm so happy I'm not the only one though, because I feel like a psychopath sometimes because it's out of nowhere, and it's almost always it's like say I have my desk all set up perfectly, and like this little weed bag is right here, and I'm talking to you guys, and my elbow pushes it off on the ground. That's enough. My brain would just be like, "We're fine. Everything's fine. I'm doing fine. You're fine." You know what it's the weirdest tick, and it's only on days where I have really bad days, but it's that if you're like the loop of your jean loop, your belt loop on your jeans catches on a door handle. Bitch, get out. I'm setting the house on fire. We're done with this house. No more door handles. Sliding doors forever. I'm fucking out. I feel that so hard. It's so weird and uncontrollable. It's like I lock myself away on those days. I'm like, don't come in this room. This room has a tiger in it today. Just like leave that alone. Trouble, that's absolutely true though. Most people that get into psych need help themselves. Absolutely. Oh, bless. Amen. I'm out for now. Have a fun Sunday. And if your NFL if your NFL team, may your NFL team win, unless you're a Falcons fan. Hallelujah. Praise sports ball. Be safe, File. I love you. He managed to tell me to quit my job, to man up, going after women, and going after cake, despite me not telling him shit about her. I mean, one good thing came out of it, I guess. Good morning, Sylv. I just got a message from our unit commander to check in to confirm everyone's safe. Oh, shit. Yes, the pocket of your sweatshirt catching a doorknob. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely not. No. Have you ever, like, been washing your face in the sink in the morning, if you're like me and you shower at night, and your top of your head hits, like, your soap dispenser? No? Anyone else tall and have to, like, literally turn into, like, a strange pretzel formation to wash their face, and, like, just that little thing just, like, touches it and does this? While your face is covered in soap and your hands are covered in soap? So much anger in my tiny little non-existent soul. It's just, like, all in here. This is a great song for that moment, actually. I love My Chemical Romance, though. They're one of my favorites. What up, Sly? How are you? You can replace door handles with another style. It's any door handle. Like, it's anything that's just protruding from a not smooth surface. I can't hear my audio anymore. What just happened? You can hear it, though. Oh, God. Am I deafened? Hello? Oh, no. It was just YouTube being a cunt. We're fine. Just YouTube being a grade A cunt. We're fine. My fiance has similar reactions. She was just diagnosed with ADHD at 34, and she had a prescription that was making a huge difference for about a week, and now she can't find a refill. No. Oh, fuck. The worst is when you find the magic and then it's taken away because your ADHD comes back with like the fury of 1,000 suns. I shall pray for her. My God. I wasn't diagnosed until I was like 27-ish. I was late diagnosed too. My parents were both morbid alcoholics. My mother died as a result, and now my father's still breathing is beyond, and how my father's still breathing is beyond me. You do spend your entire life with your head on a swivel, and it just doesn't quit. Hypersensitivity is a bear, and I just love being told to get over it. That shit's ingrained, right? And don't you find yourself saying it to yourself all the time now, don't you? That's what my therapist is like working on me with now. Is I say it, I even do it out loud. I'll say like, this thing upsets me, but that's on me. That's my fault. I'll get over it. I end every sentence with that. Every single fucking one about anything. Like, you know, someone leaves dishes in the sink or dirty laundry. But that's on me. I know I'm neurotic. I'm OCD. I'll get over it. And she's like, why do you keep putting that on yourself? Why do you have to get over it? Maybe they could pick up their fucking clothes like an adult. Mind poop. That's what therapists are for. They spin your own words on your ass. Ryan, holy shit. Thank you so much for subbing to the class. Keeping the class alive and giving it 8 swings. How are you, love? That's a lot of months. Thank you for that resub. Spoods are good. Most of them are kind of going into that hibernation thing because it's winter. Get her to call the doctor. Seriously. Well, I think America's on a shortage of Adderall right now, which is scary. Only solution is 100% pocket doors, no handles. Honestly, I love pocket doors. I'm into it. I'm down. I slam, not even do I just like hook things on door handles. I have hips that apparently my mind never adjusted to, and they are always bruised. I slam my hips into shit all day. If there's something protruding out of a wall at all, more than a centimeter, chances of me slamming a hip bone into it, very high. Very high. Because I just don't, I'm not looking at my hip height to make sure I'm not running into things. You know, I'm looking to make sure my face is okay. My hips and face are kind of far away from each other. It's like gaslighting yourself. Exactly. It's fucking weird. Yeah, it's the amphetamine withdrawal. Fucking sucks for people with ADHD. Well, that's what I mean. It's kind of like the amphetamine withdrawal kind of simulates like ADHD, doesn't it? It's just like no serotonin. As opposed to like, here's an okay, like here you can function like a real human with some serotonin. Suddenly it's like, fuck serotonin. You didn't need that, did you? What's happy? Yeah, it's an Adderall shortage. That's what I thought. It's like some ingredient or something about it is hard to get right now. I don't know what's going on with it, but I've read about that and it's terrifying. If she has a psychiatrist or a doctor who's like writing the prescript for her drugs, if she can, if it's Adderall that's the shortage and she can't find a rescript for it, there are many different ADHD medications out there that just for the time being, even though that one worked perfectly, one might work, you know, maybe meteorically not as good, but like for the time being, at least she'll have something so she's not having that crazy crash from the amphetamines and ADHD coming back like a roaring cunt of fuck, you know what I'm saying? They're like I've had to go on the journey of them, you know, and like they all in general had the same serotonin. I'm so sorry. We love you. I love you, serotonin. My brain for some reason has a real hard time picking up on the idea, but I fucking get in my pants.
Get in my mouth.
I love you, baby. You're fine. I love you. It's just like my brain being an ass about it. It's fine. I fucking love you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ooh, went to hockey last night. Fun. Oh, starting to look at rings with a girlfriend, bitch. We've been talking about rings today. Is it the Christmas season? Does everybody like engage around the Christmas season? Is that a thing? Voodoo, honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the cause is. ADHD meds have been overprescribed for decades. Well, that too, definitely. Apparently, slow release Adderall is still available, though. That's what I take and have been taking for years. Concerta, I was going to say, Concerta's another one that worked for me. It made me snippy. Like, I felt I was very irritable on Concerta. I don't know why. I didn't, like, destroy any relationships or anything. I was only on it for a couple months before I was like, all right, I definitely feel snippy. But it was like my focus would come in. I started feeling good. Like, you know, like, oh, I'm not still half asleep as I go about my day. And then, you know, those little things like catching your hip on a door handle when you're having a bad day. Every day was that day. I didn't have to have a bad day to suddenly want to rip the door handle out of the door because it caught my pant handle. That's what Concerta did to me a little bit. I don't know if it does that to everybody. Like, Chronicle was saying Concerta is good on, like, some people it works perfectly fine. Maybe it's a girl thing. I don't know. But for me, Adderall was the best. And everybody likes to come after it. If you say Adderall is meth, you're just showing how dumb you are. Shut up. Nothing more irritating than when I go to the pharmacy and they're like, oh yeah, we have no Vyvanse at the moment. You can go a week, right? Do you keep a straight face? Is that even possible? Oh yeah, dude, I'll just constantly be hungry, not care about anything, be constantly tired. I'm just gonna go into an existential depression. It's fine. I might never come back here. Thanks. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to make light of it, but Jesus Christ. Serotonin, I fucking love you. I'm just saying, my brain hasn't figured it out yet. Someday. Slow, and that's what I'm saying. Like, everybody's so different. I'm sure you've answered this a million times. No worries. But from Nocturne, you said you were a medical professional. What's your degree in? No worries. I'm a respiratory therapist, otherwise a respiratory nurse. In other countries is what they usually call us. So we usually work in the ICU, and we are the people who manage the life support machines, so ventilators. My specialty was making sure people on ventilators stayed alive and got off them in a positive light, hopefully. But I definitely unplugged 1 or 200 nanas in my time. But yeah, respiratory therapist. Worked in ICUs. My specialty was in surgical plastics rehabilitation. ICU was mainly where I worked. So people that got mandibular cancer, so they'd have their entire jaw removed, and the doctors would literally take their pec muscle and spin it up and sew it onto their face like this. And then they'd have a trach going through it like this. And I'd have to help, maintain the trach without tearing their face back open. That was my main specialty. In adults, not kids. I worked in kids for a while. One did kids all you need. Whoa, never again. More power to you. Those of you that can work in peds and neo, holy shit. Not for me. Hell yes. It is the time of the Yules. Slow release is the shit. Give me something that lasts 12 hours. I like slow release, honestly. When I was in college, they gave my first doctor gave me Concerta, and then he gave me like PRN Ritalin. He was like, so if you have to study really late at night, here's some. They were literally like these itty bitty little pearl pills that were 5 milligrams of Ritalin, and those aren't time release, whereas the Concerta was. And I just noticed with the not time release, I got really hot, and my heart rate felt really high, and I felt like I was on like a little bit like on speed, whereas I've never felt that way on any other form of ADHD medication ever. I didn't feel good. I felt sick, kind of. It was gross. I hated it. So beyond that, I've never tried anything that wasn't time release, though. Yeah, so PB used to ask me, like, medical questions constantly. So if we ever take tiny little breaks like that, it's because literally, I'm pretty sure I'd already quit the hospital. Like, I was already streaming full time by the time we did Nocturne. I think. Yes, this is Spirit Box. I fucking love Spirit Box. I think. However, I was fresh off the train, so I was like hot brain, and like I had all the good brains in there. And she used to ask me weird medical shit all the time. It was fun. But yes, I was a creepy. My girlfriend's dad just passed from breathing issues from COVID, pneumonia, and his existing conditions. Fuck. Pretty sure you would have been the type of person to care for him. I would have been the exact person. I'm sorry he passed away. That's sad. Peds and Neo is just, it's like, the people that work there, though, are literal superheroes. Peds and Neo nurses, oh my God. The soul on those people, like, they might be, like, if angels are real, that's them. Like, just with their sheer, indestructibility, those people. Like, when a baby starts to crash, you can see on my face that my heart rate is now in my eyeballs, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Babies crash. It's like they've got, like, that crazy tantric control of their heart rate or something. They're moving very emergently, quickly, calmly, but not a sweat, not a motion, because keeping calm keeps the baby calm. Like, babies are so sensitive to just their atmosphere and shit like that. It's wild to watch. But I don't have a poker face. Like, my face is like, baby's dying, which is not a good time. I haven't lost a baby, by the way. Well, no, not a baby. We're good. Oh my God, was it amazing? Ryan, my sister and I are thinking of going to Nice. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Because Spirit Box and Ghost are touring in Europe this summer. Which is like, I don't know how to not go to that. Allows me to almost 100% focus on the task at hand, mostly motivate and keep from just randomly going on thought tangents. That's me too. For me, yeah, it's like, it calms down, like, my brain. My brain is constantly firing off new ideas all the time without stimuli, and it calms that down. So, like, if I'm playing a game, I can focus on the game and not be thinking about 20 other things while I'm playing the game. It helps that, I guess, which is literally why I got on it for school, because I couldn't focus on anything. Oh, no shit, Maribun. Some people are really fast metabolizers, and it could be like the pH of your stomach acid could break down whatever the coating is that causes that, the slow action release or whatever the fuck that stuff is. I got a time at the psychiatrist tomorrow. I get to have a slightly higher dose of the new meds. I haven't really noticed any effect at the tiny starting dose. How much was, just out of curiosity, like how small was the dose? I'm always curious. Like, dosing is fascinating to me. Hello, Jack. Alien invasion? Wait. You know how some people worry about alien invasions? I figured out how we can defend ourselves. We seduce them, and when they least expect it, we slit their throats. It's so stupid. They'll never expect it. It's brilliant. Wait, are we seducing aliens? But I don't know how. Like, what do they like? Are they into big skin monkeys? The most amazing thing you can experience as a hospital is a crash team. We do. That's such a good way to put it, Mickey. I swear you come out of the walls. Yeah, like one nurse till 20 peeps in a room in 5 seconds. I mean, and you know what's crazy, Mickey? I'm glad you bring up something like that because we actually sprint. If my pager goes off and there's a code, I pull my pants up and start running while I'm tying that tie as tight as I possibly can so my fucking scrubs don't come off while I sprint. And usually you'll see people holding their phones and their badges against their chest and running like this down hallways. If you ever see people sprinting in a hospital, that's a code team. And they do that all day or night long. But no one knows that. I think they think we're just waiting or like we were just in the room next door or something. Because the amount of times I've shown up, like, got into the room, and I'm like, what is it? It's fine. What is it? No, it's just my upper lip is sweating. What is it? It's fine. Like, trying to set up a ventilator while I'm just covered in sweat because I was 10 floors away. And if your pager goes off, you can't jump in an elevator. You run stairs. Like, RTs know the stairwell. Like, if you ever need to find a stairwell in a hospital, find a respiratory therapist. They know where all the stairwells are. Because you can never depend on, like, an elevator. And as a rule, if you're in the elevator and it stops at a floor and there's a patient, like there's a team of nurses or doctors, whatever, with a gurneyed patient, you have to get out and give them the elevator. So if you're on your way to a code, you can see how this is not an efficient way of getting to a life-saving maneuver. So we just run, and we can sometimes have to sprint up 7 flights of stairs, and we do get there. I mean, thank you is all I have to say. Thank you. We work really fucking hard to do that. To be on the fucking chest as hard as possible, as fast as possible. Because and anyone that has any sort of medical background or science background, if you're having a heart attack or a crash or your heart stops, we have seconds to stop brain damage and heart death. Seconds. It's not minutes. It's not like you have a 5-minute grace period. It's seconds. And so, I mean, it's kind of like, I remember one doc, when I worked at one of the smaller hospitals, the one where I had to work with peds, neos, everything, because it was a small hospital. They didn't have like specialized areas. One of the docs there that worked in the ER, he described respiratory therapists as the adrenaline junkies of the hospital, which I thought was a really good. Bud, why are you like this? I thought that was a really good, not an example. It was a really good analogy because, like, it's disgusting, but if you ever see an RT chillin', they're waiting for people to die. And that's kind of, like, we're literally waiting for people to die so we can save them. That's all we're doing. I'm just watching Golden Girls, waiting for you to die so I can save you. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of fucking weird, but that's all we do. It's like sprint to the worst thing happening in the hospital and try to stop it. It's obviously break time, huh? My furry girl. I'm so glad we didn't trim their fur, though, because it's so fucking cold out, and they love the cold. They like her, especially, this fuzzy girl. She goes, like, bounding in the snow and gets the wiggles. It's so fucking cute. I'm glad you have furs to keep you warm. Do you need to go outside and go potty? Is that what's up? Yep, they're made. And man, are they really built for it? I mean, you really see it in like their paws, like their bunny paws. Oh man, these are meant for trekking snow and running through, swimming and like that's not a dainty tootsie. You know what I'm saying? And when you see them running through snow, they remind me of like a snow hare. Watching a rabbit fly through snow, you see those huge feet. Them. And you know what's really interesting? They run different. I just thought about that. But like, you know how I take them out? I take them to the fields and stuff so they can just go run off leash and get their energy out. When they run like in nice like grass, they run more like a greyhound. But when they run in the snow, they almost run with their back legs like flipped out. You know what I mean? Almost like a bunny. It's almost like they're like hopping a little bit with their back legs through the snow. I just thought about that. That's interesting. I got so lucky with the snow. I'm only like 4 hours away from Buffalo, New York, who got like 7 feet. Holy shit. I wonder if my family got slammed. My family is close to there. Wow. They kind of prance a little bit. Yeah. Because their huge feet like their feet are webbed. They have webbed feet because they're like swimmers. And so they get packed with snow. Ma'am, you need to go outside. You need to take a break. Yeah? Okay. 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 Whew. Headphone, emergency. All right, break time. They definitely, yep. You know what I've been doing is I actually have like I think it's like a, like a Tupperware meant to like store cereal in, but it's just long and it's a cylinder and I fill it up with lukewarm water and I soak their feetsies in it when they come in because they get like ice packed up in their webs. And I think it hurts them. Like yesterday, Trick was kind of limping on one of them because keeps packing in there. So they eventually just have like this snowshoe of a clump stuck to their foot. So I do that now and like just with lukewarm water and just kind of dip their feet in it because otherwise it's just like an ice. I actually was thinking about ordering paw wax. Is that legit? We're still taking a break, but is that legit stuff? It works. I was reading about it yesterday and I was like, I don't know. This sounds gimmicky. Oh, I'm totally gonna order it then. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, hold on. I'm making a note before break time because I've been looking at them. It's so funny you mentioned them. I've been looking at it just because like Zach was thinking about getting them booties or something, and I was like, they're gonna chew them off like immediately. They will rip those off. The only reason they can't get their collars off is because they can't like, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't put clothes on our dogs. But yeah, that like and the salt from the sidewalk. That was another thing I was worried about. Like all of our sidewalks around here are salted for the ice, and it's like that pink harsh salt, and it's gonna eat away their feet and cause cracks and bloody cracks and stuff. And I don't fucking want that shit at all. You're my hero today. Hell yes. Is that what it's called? Musher's Secret? Mushers. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna get it. It's literally like in my like thinking about bag or whatever on Amazon because I was just like, I don't know. I've never known anyone to wax their dogs, but I just moved here, so like, why would I? But I don't know if you watched Zafrank. I know you've watched them with us, but Zafrank has a new video, a True Facts. The true facts about the whatever. He has a new True Facts about tarantulas, and he does a damn good job. It's really good. It's the newest one. We watched it on stream earlier, and it's real. I mean, he even he has really good footage. I think he got from a zoo in Maryland actually, of like molting tarantulas and a tarantula like spinning its sperm web and jerking off into it and all that. It's it's really well done, and of course it's in Zafrank fashion, but it's damn good. Hello, Lorelai. How are you, love? My finger itches real bad, and I don't know why. But I'm gonna cheers you, Vissy. Give me 1 sec. I just have to scratch the flesh off my fingy real quick. I was gonna say no, Mickey. I think because you told me about it last year, that's probably why it was in my like wish list on Amazon. Why I saw it. I was like, oh shit. That's probably why I probably just completely forgot to buy it, like an idiot. Oh my god, Vissy, I pooped my pants. I was like, oh shit, and I watched it by myself. I watched it yesterday, and I was like, oh, we have to watch it on stream. We have to watch it. I mean, how do we not watch it? And it was damn good. It is. Happy Sunday, CJ. It is. It is. Bits. Aw, Kendo. Happy Sunday, love. How are you? Thank you for the biddies, you generous fuck. I appreciate you. How are you? I'm just Q-tipping my bowl because gross. Cheers. I am smoking. I ground up. It's called Happy Ending. I have some, Mickey. I actually have some in the kitchen. I just do it to this part. This like the pipe cleaner I use for that though. It works so well for the stupid like narrow part in the middle. But this part while I'm smoking, it just cuts down on how much actually gets sucked into the bong. Because if I just leave it dirty, it just keeps getting sucked into this black neck, and cleaning that is so gross. That thing, it's like bong water resin hell. I love this song. Fuck, I'm restarting this song. I forgot. I didn't even realize it was playing, but it's so good. Dermot Kennedy has a beautiful voice. Right, Vissy? I felt the same. I was like, damn, I'm not a total spider idiot. Like, I felt kind of cool. Cheers. Kendo, so do you remember, I think I've shown you before, Frank videos? He does these, like, true facts about videos. If you guys want, we can watch another one. He has tons, and they're all fucking hilarious. It's a pleasure to watch another one. But the newest one was true facts about tarantulas, and it's really well done. Like, I mean, like, I went into it, like, this has to be, Katie, don't be a bitch. It's for the general populace concerning tarantulas. And he actually goes pretty in depth. Oh, CJ, boo. I hate that feeling. I do that sometimes. Or like, I never know. I don't think it's like sleeping too long, but for some reason, some nights I sleep too hard and my neck is just completely stiff when I wake up. I'm like, apparently I slept well because I can't do anything but this today. If you like cool animal videos on YouTube, Tier Zoo's great. They have some wild footage. Oh, I might know them, and I just don't remember their name. Hold on, I gotta look. But if not, I'm going to follow them because I do. Animals are the coolest thing ever. I love them. Just don't show me fungi documentaries, and that's how I thought I was gonna feel towards the tarantula one. That's me with spiders. I was like, Katie, you can't be a bitch. But it was actually well done. Well done. But I will show you another video by Frank. If you guys don't know who I'm talking about, he's great. But I want to look this up real quick. What was it? Tears. Wow, I didn't type at all. Yes, I do follow Tier Zoo. Yep. I knew it. I was like, I recognize these thumbnails. Yeah, they're awesome. I love educational channels like that. I'm a big sucker for it. They're awesome. They're just like entertaining, but also I feel a little bit smarter. Pups were scrapped off the groomer. Those days are so weird. You wake up sick? Oh, because you got to wake up and take. I mean, I've felt that kind of because if I don't wake up and like stream and I take my daily meds too late, I do start to feel a little sick. That's kind of a side effect. That's a side effect of Lexapro, of going off Lexapro or not taking it on time, is you just start to feel like you have the flu. It's really weird. Yes, this is one of my favorites. I think actually, so earlier I said we watched the duck one. If you've ever watched True Facts About Ducks, where we learned about their explosive corkscrew penises, I said that might have been the first one I ever saw. It wasn't. This was the first Frank I ever saw. And I found it because I was actually painting an anglerfish on stream. I was doing a watercolor of an anglerfish. And so we were looking at pictures of anglerfish. So I'm going to expose you. You evolve to be like a jellyfish or a sea anemone where you poop with your mouth. You eat and poop with the same hole. Or you evolve to be like you and I, where we eat with one end and poop out the other. And that's the only thing that separates us. Like, that's it. Is this one little branch. It's kind of weird. We're just a tube that got weird around the outside. Bones are always wet. The world is weird and confusing. I mean, what? Honestly, Mickey, I think well, you tell me. What would be a shorter list? Mushrooms that look like dicks or mushrooms that don't look like dicks? Because I was going to be ignorant and say all mushrooms look like dicks. But then I started thinking, Katie, don't be stupid. I kind of think more don't look like dicks, maybe. Because there's, I mean, if we're talking fungi in general, like, Jesus Christ. Like the ones that come. Honestly, you want to know one of my favorite mushrooms I found in recent years was the one that, like, bleeds. Do you know the one I'm talking about? It, like, has little oozy balls on the mushroom cap that look like blood. But I think it's, just the mushroom sweating or whatever. Yeah. I don't know. Well, there might be many. Yeah. I'm not up on it. But that one that was wild. I just, I get like I follow a lot of nature picture stuff on Instagram. This is me scrolling on my phone. And that was one that came up recently and I was like, that is so cool. Is that one of them? I knew you'd know what it is. Oh, yes. Dude. Okay. Like, is that not the most metal thing? That's just a fungus. What is it doing, Mickey? Do you know what it is doing? I would never challenge. This is why I embrace your presence, honestly. I would never. It's growing. Oh, no shit. So do the red parts become cream colored? They are kind of beautiful. Oh, the fluid is water and waste. So it's kind of like sweating or whatever. Another reason why nature is fucking wild. Nature is metal as fuck and will exist long beyond us. I'm so convinced of it. Ooh, that's another one. Hold up. I want to open it up on my different monitor because I can move shit around easier. Oh my god! That's so cool! This is cool to me. I'm sorry if anybody was like, Katie just got excited about a weird mushroom. Fuck yourself. So that's the adult version versus this is the less mature version. And like, I don't know if you can tell, around this guy right here, those are pine needles, yeah? So that kind of gives you a scale of how tiny that little sweaty fuck is. It's so cool. This is why we're friends. I don't know if you knew, but this is one of my new favorites. I think it's so cool. Wait, are they endangered or extinct or something? Or are we gonna get sad? They're endangered. Of course they fucking are. Why? Is it habitat loss? I actually grew this type of fungus. No shit. Well, that's what Mickey was saying when I said there's like a bloody fungus. Mickey said there's many types. So, yeah. That's sad though. Habitat loss. People eating them? Why are people eating them? Me too. I love weird nature. Weird nature is just weird. It's so cool though. Like there are some I learned recently, I think I tweeted about it. This was like a month ago, that there is a soft-shelled snail. So it's a snail that has a shell, but its shell is all gooey and soft like the rest of its body, but it's not a slug. It's still considered a snail. I don't fucking know. Wild. Nature's so weird. Why the fuck would you eat it is my question too. I use Mickey's advice all the time, like at all costs, don't eat mushrooms if you don't have to, and if you have to, make sure they're hella cooked, but I try not to because there's no nutritional value and why are we doing it? Dude, the amount of cool fungi in the world is amazing. I mean, I think it's the most diverse, like, group, I think, of life. And I think it's the biggest. Like, is it called a mycelium or whatever? The fungus is underneath forests. It's like one fungus, but it can be the expanse of like a 5-mile forest or whatever. It's a fungus. So look at this. You've probably seen a picture similar to this one. So this is the baby of let me see if I click out of this, it'll tell us what the species was. The Hydnellum pecki, or the devil's tooth, I guess, is a common one. Found in Idaho. No shit. I never saw one. Cute though. They look like a tasty pastry. Like, I kind of get it. If people eating these have had like a jelly donut and they're starving, like maybe. But it also looks like what happens if you left a tampon in the sun. So, on that note, I wouldn't eat it. The largest, oh, there we go. I love when Mickey comes in with the facts. The largest one, like singular fungi, not a forest of them, but like one fungi is 13 acres. And it's just like under a forest, isn't it? It's fucking wild. What heparin is? Yeah. Oh, they contain something like heparin? No shit. That's why people eat them. It probably is decent. Like, it's probably like a medicinal thing, right? I would straight up kill myself if I had to survive in the wilderness. I probably wouldn't kill myself, but I have like that existential hope where I'd be like, I don't need to eat the bleeding fungus. Like, I can live on pine needles, and then I would just die. Either being plugged up by pine needles or starving to death. Like, it would be one or the other. I still wouldn't resort to, like, eating that. But I would be like, no, bark fuels me. You know what I'm saying? It would be not a good situation. No, I don't want to eat that either, but I can imagine, like, maybe it came from some sort of, like, medicinal effect or something. Kinda like, you know how, like, nutmeg's in cooking, but nutmeg in large portions, I think, is poisonous. Or, yeah, poisonous. There's a couple other herbs and stuff where if you eat them in huge amounts or uncooked, they'd be deadly. Pine needles have a lot of vitamin C. Honestly, I think people make tea and stuff out of them, absolutely. But I don't think we have the digestive system to extract very much nutrition out of pine needles. Because I know we don't, like, just roughage in general, we don't digest very well. You know, like green stuff. But anyways, yeah, this is the baby. And then that's the adult, which is wild. I don't think I've ever seen one. And you can see the person's fingers. Like, that's still not very big. It's still super small. It's just interesting how they change. And it looks like it's covered in little stalactites or something. It's cute. Stalagmites. If they go sideways, what are they called? Nothing? Magic? I'd be eating all the freaking poison berries. Does this berry taste stingy? Shut up. You'd be like Snow White, but hello, little bird, eat this berry for me. Little bird, and that berry is not for me. So many mysterious wildlife deaths and just a mysterious singing song. Starving in the forest forever. The mental image of it's fantastic, Cake, so thank you for that. I love it. Spicy, it's a fucking fungus. It sweats blood, apparently. That's a thing. We get more nutrition from cooked greens most of the time. You know what I've been doing is I buy a lot of my produce just simply because we live in the desert, so there's not a ton of really great produce in Colorado. We've been buying it frozen. I learned that frozen produce, when you live in an area like mine where it's hard to get, fresh, actual fresh, like local, whatever, produce, it's a lot easier sometimes. What they do, my words. So basically when they pick stuff that's going to be shipped to a grocery store, they actually pick it unripe and then they ship it. And if it doesn't ripen by the time it gets there, they like hit it with some gas in the truck and it like false ripens it like bananas and stuff like that. And then they throw it in the grocery stores, which is how it has a better shelf life. Stuff in the fields that's already like totally ripe, they flash freeze it. So people that eat, like if you supplement with a lot of frozen veggies, like high quality frozen veggies and shit, you're actually getting more nutrition out of the vegetables you're eating than you are from getting stuff from your grocery store. Yeah, Trouble. I just learned that. I thought that was really interesting. Like I kind of had heard stuff about it before off and on, but I was listening to a historical podcast about farming in the US because I'm a fucking nerd, and that was one of the things I learned about. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know why. I'm not against frozen, but like in terms of spinach, I'll buy frozen spinach and saute it instead of fresh because fresh spinach, it's so expensive for how much it shrinks down. It's kind of nauseating. It's disgusting, and it tastes exactly the same if you're using spinach for anything other than a salad, obviously, like raw spinach. Right? Most fungi provides almost no nutrition. A lot of novel organic compounds, though. Novel? What do you mean by that? Apples is really fascinating. They kind of touched on it, but I found a podcast that talks all about apples. It's actually on my list of what to listen to because they're fat. Like fruit in general across the US, which is I know like I don't know a word for it. I feel like my brain has grazed the information about it just because in Washington State, like the whole center of the state, like I would say easily 50% of Washington is orchards. It's apparently prime environment for orchards. And so there's tons of it. So we always grow up with like driving out to the orchards and getting amazing fresh fruit in the summer and in the spring and going home. Or you can go like, pick it yourself. And we kind of learned like it's like a memory, like the faintest memory pops up when I hear about it again. It's weird. So we have to grow our own food at this point. I mean, even then, like look at your dirt quality and your water quality and shit and like what's coming out of the dirt. Meaning unique. Oh, okay, okay. I wasn't sure. Like sometimes, novel can be used like pointless. Like cute but pointless. So I thought you meant like pointless minerals that we're just gonna piss out of our body or something like that. Cake, not off the top of my head, but I can send you some. I'll make a note. I never remember the names. I just have them like in a playlist that I just autoplay. But I will send you a couple after the stream. I listen to a lot that are either historical or like science. Like not layman's science level, like probably you and I, like some sort of science background helps understand what they're talking about, but they're not talking on like existential levels that you have to be some like physicist, like astrophysicist who's Stephen Hawking to understand what they're talking about. They're not, you know what I mean? They're more about the interesting facts, brainy level set. Yeah, like, curious people like you and I that are like, I just like that shit. Like they talk on that kind of level and I love that stuff. That's my favorite because it's easy for me to digest and like if I want to know more, I have the skills to go look up. I have the skills to go find more information on it. I don't need a 16-hour podcast on like the snail shell formation or whatever. Like I'll go look it up. The Daily Beans is great for politics updates. Oh, I love the Daily Beans. That's a good one. Yeah. If you want to see the largest fungi in the world, you have to go to Oregon. No shit. Where is it? Is it under like a specific forest or something? And regular farms, very true. I mean, I can't remember. My middle school was literally called Cow Pie High because there was cow farms encompassing it. Um, I can't remember a time not being around farms. That's just kind of Washington State. I honestly, though, we were kind of talking about that the other day in stream. My sister was in, and I think Washington is one of, if not the only state in the U.S. that has every single biome. Like every natural biome in it. It has like tundra, desert, so on and so forth. So they can grow like everything. Like there's vineyards in Washington. There's lots of cattle, lots of corn and soy and rice. And then if you go east, it's like the orchards, lots of orchards, tons of orchards. I don't understand anything about that shit. So I don't know what does what, but I know they're everywhere. Like we were either living near a cornfield or an orchard at some point. Some of the best apples I've ever eaten, I stole off a tree near a road somewhere near Cedro Woolley. Fuck yes. Oh my god, when I was a kid, on my way walking to the bus, there was a plum tree that hung over the road, and I don't to this day, I had never seen a plum that looked like it or tastes like it, but I would steal one every single day and eat it. It was so fucking good. Novel chem, that makes sense. No, totally, I get what you mean now. It creates bald spots. Oh, no shit, because does it sap from the trees? Because it's a parasite that kills the trees. That's what I thought. Dark honey fungus. Ooh, I'm gonna Google it. Or I'm a real oh, pretty names. My brain can't do that name today. Who is it like an oyster mushroom kind of? I'm just guessing from the name completely blindly. I have no idea. Latin's fun. Show me the money. I'm trying to think of it. I mean, I listen to a lot of history podcasts. I cannot think of the names of them. I'm the worst. The names escape me. Ew. Oh, it's kind of cool and terrifying. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. That's kind of awesome. Look at this fungi. So this is the one that's the biggest mushroom in the world. Armillaria. Armillaria? Armillaria. Is that how you say it? That's nuts. I mean, I think I've seen this. I mean, I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, so if it's in Oregon, I mean, it's probably in Washington. I think I've seen this, like, not obviously on this scale, but I've seen this mushroom before in little clusters. That's so interesting. I had no idea that's the one. That image is wrong. Which one's right? This one? Nope, that's humongous. I'm gonna go with that one. Yep, Wikipedia. Well, Wikipedia is not always the best source, but is that correct? So we're getting the right mushroom. It's like a very classic mushroom. I think I've seen these as well. Washington has a lot of fucking fungus. I mean, it's a rainforest. We grew up with mushroom life. I think I've seen those though. And this will leave, so this fungus specifically will leave bald spots in an entire forest. Wow. It's kind of scary how much a fungus can do, huh? Like I'm trying to think, what's that fungus that grows out of ants? You know the one, Mickey, that like out of an ant or is it an ant that does it too? Yeah? Or is it a wasp or something like that? It's the ant, right? That's what it makes me think of. Like just fungus, man. Shit is wild. Is that what it is? Cordyceps? Sepsis? Cordycepsis worsty? Is that what it is? There's a lot that does that. Is it like an entire like it's probably a lot more broad than I can ever understand, huh? I don't like those ones are just they're just not, like there's an opposite of okay and it's that. I don't like it. I've seen a lot of time lapses of them like grow through a bug and oh god, they're so gross. I hate them. There's 50 sister genuses to cordyceps? No shit. Wow. Crime pays, but botany doesn't? No. Wait, I don't think so, but I'm gonna go follow them immediately. Hold up. No, but I'm always into finding new cool channels because I put on a lot of YouTube while I'm just like chilling, after stream, or sometimes I even listen to it when I'm walking the dogs, or I put it on while I'm cleaning or watching movies, or not watching movies while I play video games or something like that. I like to have it on in the background. And sometimes I get a lot of my podcasts from YouTube actually, which has been nice. No shit, we're only now trying to do the taxonomy. Wow. Is that kind of the major focus? Is taxonomizing all of it? If that's even a word? Did you know that there's an ant that is antiseptic because it lives with a fungus? Panda ant? Really? Like the ant itself? Does it consume part of the fungus or something? Interesting. I don't doubt it. It's just wild. I feel like anything that has to do with a fungus, I'd believe because fungus can do everything. I don't know. I don't have an answer beyond that. Other than fungus can do everything. Sorry. I got it. That was hella loud to me too, and now I'm deaf. Many ants grow fungi. You mean like the ants cultivate fungi, right? I mean, yes to both questions, but we're talking about that versus them like growing a fungi out of their chest. Just to be clear. You know, what's funny? I've noticed some of my isopod colonies. They will. I don't know if they farm fungus. Some of my isopods do it. I have a bunch. I have like 7 different isopod colonies going on for like my bioactive enclosures. Hi Phil, how are you? I actually was thinking about installing it recently, and then all my PvP friends said stop, don't do it, and I was like, oh, okay. So I don't know anymore. But honestly, I just miss the housing mostly. Ants are farmers, raise cattle and grow fungi. I've seen the ants that like raise aphids. Those are cool. Like they milk the little teats of aphids. Kendo, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for gifting 10 subs in the channel, you crazy fuck. Thank you. That was extremely generous. Hold up. Wrong mouse. Drawn Fangle, Caldermo, Ultra Zippy, Nathelm. I'm sorry, my nose is very congested, very dry air, cold. Kish the Worsty, Uncanny Yandy, DJ the Maharishi, and Jesse Robbins. Your elbow wizards the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way, and thank you for being here today. I don't do it on purpose. I can't hide my emotions on my face. It's terrible, terrible trait to have. Like a born clown. It's terrible, but thank you very much for the gifted subs in the chat. I appreciate you. You're a person. I have so many links up. Sorry, I'm just trying to close a couple. The acorn worm that poops so much is wild. I promised we would have a cleanser, a palate cleanser after the terrifying worm video. And I try. Tardigrades are everything though. You can always raise me a tardigrade. Tardigrades to this day. I mean, nothing. No, it's just tardigrades. It's just tardigrades. My cheeks hurt so bad. Summer, where are my testicles? Summer. Summer, where are my testicles? Oh my God. For real, though. I know. I love it too. I love that the dogs acknowledge that if there's a cat in the house, they're smarter. Because, duh. I must pee in the bed for comfort. Right? It's so. And there's one called Teddy Bear Operation where they literally like pull body parts out of a teddy bear. It's just, you could go on forever. I will give you a link to this video. Please invest your time into Frank. His videos are so fucking funny. He just recently did one on tarantulas. So obviously I was fucking buck horny for it and very excited. As you are. But it's put us on a day of talking about awesome animals and awesome Frank shit. So please give credit where credit's due. I am just the conduit. His voice is, oh my God, you have to see the marsupial one. He shows like koalas fighting in a tree. And if you didn't know, those adorable little tree drop bears like have big scary claws and scary teeth and go like at each other. And he narrates them and it's just, fuck, you just want to die. You want to die. It's so funny. His comedic timing and nuances are just, you'll notice if you watch some of his videos, he'll start to like say some words in a very specific way and he just kind of what's the word? He keeps doing that for a very long time. So sometimes he'll have merch out that will just, like he'll say beerb instead of bird. Shit like that. And then it'll become a t-shirt for a while. He's just fucking funny and he's smart. His voice makes me think of Brain from Pinky and the Brain had a cartoon. Oh my God, had a day job. Yeah, kind of. Persist. Thank you. That was the word. That was the word my brain wanted. Wait, what's dying out from sip? Oh, yeah, koalas. Isn't it chlamydia? Is it chlamydia or syphilis? I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, it's terrible. And, you know, the habitat loss and all the fucking fires and everything. Yeah, it's terrible. Very sad. The poor bears that aren't bears. It makes me wonder because I don't have cats. Like, are my dogs extra stupid because they don't have anyone to give them life advice? No, it's totally cool. I didn't know either. It is chlamydia, yeah. Just, yeah. We're verified. It is. Okay. Yeah, if you didn't know, I think, like, the vast majority of koalas all have chlamydia, which, if it gone untreated, it kills you, which is wild. And they are feisty little fucks. Okay. Drive safe. I love you guys. You be safe. Zach's taking the pups to the post office. It's going to be a treacherous drive. A treacherous drive. The dogs love going on a car ride, though. Isn't that weird? I know. And apparently it's a different form of chlamydia than people have. Like, it's not the same thing, but it's the same kind of thing, you know? And it's just rampant among them and kills them. And it's so sad. Like, the cutest, cuddliest little not bears are just rampant in STDs. Or whatever you call them now, STIs. Love my cats, but they're assholes in a good way. I feel that way about my dogs, honestly. Every time I visit someone's house, like a friend of mine who has cats, I'm like, this is amazing. Like, they just come over and sit next to you if they want attention, and then they leave, and they have their own life. But I completely get, like, cats are fucking assholes if you're around them all the time. Like, I see all the, like, them pushing shit off counters and stuff videos. Dogs are the same. Like, they're amazing, but also little fucking assholes. It's just, like, a different flavor of asshole. You know what I mean? Not literally. At least he has warmth. This is true. He'll be existentially warm with. I mean, they heat up a room so fast. We keep our air conditioner on at nighttime in the winter because the dogs sleep in the bedroom with us, and just their hot breath, like all four of us in one little bedroom. Whew, we don't need heaters. Make good choices, and if you can't, don't get caught. Word. Always ask forgiveness, not permission, unless it's like, you know, gonna hurt people. I feel like that is a caveat. Yeah. Dude, I wish. I mean, had there been a zoology program anywhere near me, I would have been balls deep in that. And then I would have specialized and gotten like my doctorate in entomology or something if I could. But the only kind of animal programs near me were like, I went biology and then chemistry. So I have like a decent background on a lot of that stuff. But the only animal programs were like agriculture. And I wasn't about to go out there and be a fucking farmer. Cats are great for boundaries. Cats demand them. Dude, I heard the best quote somewhere, and I can't, it's not mine, but I say it all the time. Cats are a great lesson in consensuality. It's so perfect. I don't know who said it. I can't remember. I heard it somewhere. I'm not that clever, but it's real. They're great. You don't get to pet a cat unless a cat wants you to pet it. We saw the danger eyes early this morning. Hell nah. Mm-mm. I do. I'm like I feel like I'm not like a great I don't know. I shouldn't berate myself. I'm just full of I'm great at bar trivia. You know what I'm saying? Like Jeopardy. I know all the dumb facts for Jeopardy and stuff, but nothing important. Yes, do you remember where you heard it from? I can't remember who said it. It was a bit ago now. Something, somewhere, a meme? I don't fucking know. A comedian, a stand-up comedian maybe? Oh, it perplexes me, but it's so true. I actually used to be very afraid of cats. I kind of grew up with like, barn cats. So, cats that would like rub up against your leg while you're out feeding chickens, but beyond that, you're not exactly cuddly with your cats. Beyond one or two, outliers. But I remember when went to London for the first time, I got to stay with my friend Amelia, and I believe she had 3 cats at the time. And I told her that I was like, I'm not really a cat person. Cats don't like me. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, okay, well, I've never had an indoor cat, and my outdoor cats, they like would either fall from a rafter and claw your eyes out, or like just acknowledge your existence. And she's like, just like sit and give them a chance. And her cats ended up like loving me and being so nice. One of them went so far as to like escape the house and crawl around some like trim of the house to get in the window of my bedroom to sleep on top of my face. And one of them would like nest on my lap while we were sitting in the living room. And of course, you all know if a cat like falls asleep on you, you die that way. And I was like, this is the first time this ever happened. And they were all so nice. Never, ever one time did they ever do like, touch my belly moment ever. They were just nice, normal ass house cats that went about their business. And at nighttime, you heard them do their weird thing downstairs where they'd like run around like a psychopath on PCP. It was great. And my entire view of cats turned around 100% because I had only known really farm cats. Loose term, cats that you keep around, you don't really know when they go or leave. They just kind of like breed and you always have some cats. But you don't have any mice or rats. But it was so cool. Like I was just like, oh, so because like for one thing, that one would crawl in and try to sleep on my head, and I was like, if I roll over in the night, is she gonna try to claw my eyes out? Never. She'd just adjust with my face, just like a dog would. I was so used to like skittish barn cats, I guess. I just had no idea. It might have been TikTok. I just don't people send me TikToks all the time. I love it, though. I mean, until we find the source, I'm just gonna say it's not mine, but it's good. Unless you own a Maine Coon, they're dogs in cat form, true, or a Pixie Bob. I was gonna say that was my one outlier. I did have one Pixie Bob as a kid. It was like a really weird adoption from one of my mom's patients who was like, "We found a kitten in the woods. Do you want it? It's dying." And we adopted it and found out you had to stimulate its anus to get it to shit, and it shit like a cup of fluid. It was crazy. We stimulated its anus with a warm paper towel on the end of a Bic pen. And it started out this big and turned out like this big. And of course, my teenage self named it Satan. That's not a joke. I mean, sounds like I'm just trying to be a badass little goth bitch. I was that ununique, whatever, unoriginal. It was Satan was my cat's name, but it was a pixie bob, so it was part bobcat. So it grew way too big, had extra toes, and she would swim in our lake. It was super weird, and she like I said, like you just have barn cats. She was real friendly, but she was still one of the outdoor barn cats. And so she like kind of bred throughout the lines of barn cats we had throughout the years. So we forever just had cats that either had no tail or they would have like this weird kinked L tail. And all of them were like that. They'd come when you call them like they were a dog. Like you could, one of her kids was I named her Gypsy. I know that's not a good word anymore, but I don't know why the fuck I think I like The Hunchback or Notre Dame. Anyways, I had a cat named Gypsy that was one of her daughters, and she would swim in the lake. It was so weird. She looked like a beaver. You would just see like her head and the top of her body and her tail behind her, and she would like paddle through the lake. It was so weird. They were very strange cats, but those were the rest of them were just, they didn't give a fuck about me. They just pest control, literally. When you have hay and chicken feed and pig, whatever the fuck pig feed, you got to have some sort of pest control. It's crazy. Maine Coons are amazing. I had a cat when I had one when I was way younger, but he didn't last very long. I think coyotes got him. He was a gray Maine Coon. He was just as big as a Maine Coon, had the exact, like, I have pictures of him. He had that, like, lion. We named him Mufasa because he had a lion face. If you've ever seen one of those big male Maine Coons, they have, like, the cheeks, like I don't even know. It looks like someone with too many fillers, but their face, the testosterone and shit in them or something, their genes makes their face look more like a lion than anything. They're crazy cool looking, and we had one when we were way younger, and then when I graduated high school, my sister had an orange part Maine Coon that had the same just like, I don't know, tomcat face. You know what I'm saying? They're not smooth and cute and angular like a little cherub kitty. It's like, you kind of wonder if it's, part feral or something. I love gray kitties so much. If I ever am in a place where I can have a cat, I would love to have either a Sphinx or a Russian blue. Russian blue, Russian gray. I think they're called a Russian blue. They're just like that beautiful cold gray color with the big orange eyes. Oh, so pretty. Oh wow. But honestly, I'd probably just adopt any cat. But gray cats are really pretty. They're a cat with a man face. That's a really good way to put it. It literally looks kind of like it's got kind of like some sort of human characteristic going on. My cats can kind of be like PB's cat, but only on their own accord. Oh, I love that though. PB's kitties are the best. I love when they pop in during our RP and everyone's just like, okay, we stopped to go, aw, okay. Yeah. Aw. And no one's upset. What do you mean by a humorist? What do you mean? Like into comedy? Yes. I can actually, that's funny. I remember the very, very first moment I got like a laugh and it felt like crack. And I was like, oh shit. I like when people laugh at me. I remember it so clearly. I think I was like in fourth grade or third grade. I was really young. And in school, we were learning Latin roots of words and how, like, a lot of the words we use in common English language, if you look at them and break them in half, they're actually two Latin roots that mean some blah, blah, blah. And my mom, so I went home, and of course, I was always a smart ass. Like, I've always just kind of been a little fucking shit, I guess. I don't know why. But I went home from school, and we were at the dinner table, and I was like, guess what I learned today? That you can break a lot of words down, and they'll tell you the true meaning of the word instead of remembering a definition or whatever. He has the Latin roots. And my mom's a respiratory therapist. So I was like, Mom, respiratory the rapist. Is that because you shove tubes down people's throats without asking? And my mom's like, therapist isn't one of those words you break apart. But straight up asked my mom if she was the rapist, you know, therapist or whatever. And then one of my brothers was like, you can't do that to every word. You don't know all the words. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, do it to my name. And his name was Adam. And I go, dumb. And my entire family burst into laughter. And my nipples, whoa, 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 whoa. And Katie, like, knew. I was like, oh, fuck. This is how I'm going to make friends the rest of my life, huh? Shit, it wasn't a good joke. But for some reason, it fucking busted my family in half. To this day, I don't know why they laughed. My brother was just like, I had 8 siblings. It was a good laugh. I got belly laughs. I've never forgot it. And that was like, I've talked about it with my therapist. I'm like, that's the moment I realized I think who I was gonna try to be. Because I was like, this is how I can make people like me. Which is sick, but I think everybody kind of like, that's how feeling out who you are as you grow up. You're like, how am I gonna make it through the world? I guess I could figure out how to make people laugh by being kind of mean, I guess. Delivery. Maybe it was delivery and the fact that how old are you in 3rd grade? I think I was in 3rd grade. So I was a little kid. So that coming out of a small child, that's probably where the funny part was. This little girl, and I looked like Wednesday Addams with bangs. Like I had these dark bangs that went right to my eyes and just straight cut. And I would wear these little like jumpers because my mom dressed me like a doll. That's probably where it all came from, to be honest. But that was a very pivotal point in who I became. Honestly, I was like, this feels good. I like whatever's happening here. Whatever I did, this reaction I'm getting is making me feel nice feelings. And as a middle child of 8 in a Catholic family, it's real hard to stand out and get anything like that. So I think that's where a lot of it came from, if that's what you meant. I'm sorry, that was a long story. But I was literally just talking about Zach with it the other night. Because I think I asked him, I'm like, when did you realize you were funny? Or that you could be funny, I guess. All my friends are the ones I casually insult. Checks out. Same, though. Same. I mean, what are mods if not your friends that can just casually abuse you all day and still, like, you love them at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's the classic set up expectation, then break it of comedy. Maybe that was it and I just didn't know what I was doing as a kid, because I don't remember I was winging it. I remember my heart rate being in my face, and my face got red because I was like, "His word doesn't break down that way, but it does have the word dumb in it, so I'm just gonna say that really strongly and hope at least I don't get in trouble for calling my brother dumb." Like, I remember being horrified in the moment. Like, the moment I said it, I was like, "This isn't funny." But it just, whew, really landed. That was my crack moment. And that's kind of, I mean, it's just I kind of just, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it was how I was like, "Oh, I can get people to be happy around me if I do something if I learn this, whatever this is." And I like that. Like, who doesn't want that though, really? Similar story with how I found my calling with weed and music. No shit. My cousin put in RHCP Mother's Milk, and my D hit a stage 4 from music for the first time. What was that like? Did you get zipper burn? Wednesday Addams with bangs is called Betty Page, but my bangs were in my eyes. I was more like a cartoon character where you're like, how do they see through those? Every picture I see of me as a kid, I'm doing this and my bangs were here. You can't see my eyeballs. I've looked at pictures of myself as a kid, trying to like figure out what my eyebrows look like before I plucked them to death. And I'm like, God damn it, the bangs. I'm always. You can just see like my bags, like this, basically, of my eye out under the bangs, like this. I look like Poltergeist child. I was not a happy child. I don't remember these things, but I look at the pictures and I'm like, bitch, she was unhappy. Did nobody hug that one? A comedian for a living? No. I have horrific stage fright. Like 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 my body starts to stop functioning when I'm on stage. I grew up doing theater. I was in theater my whole like literally since I was my mom put us in theater as a way to give us something to focus on when my dad was dying of cancer. So I think I was like 5 or 6, and my mom put both my sister and I into theater, and I never stopped. I went through it until I was in college and shit, and I really like that, but it all has to do with the costume and, like, being another person, whereas being myself on a stage, like, just standing as Katie, I've done it a few times at TwitchCon, I almost black out, and I can't remember I can't even remember what happened at all. I'm done. I got to go to TwitchCon one year, and, they offered me an opportunity to play Pictionary with one of the main artists of Hearthstone, and I played a lot of Hearthstone at the time, and I was like, "Oh my god, I don't remember it." I won. I blacked out, stress blacked out because I was me on a stage and it sucks. That sucks. I'm cool though. It's all right. It's easier this way. You said it with your chest, kind of. As an only child, I had to rely on the trauma to make me funny. Really, I've talked about it with my siblings a little bit because all my siblings are kind of funny. None of us are I don't know, we're all kind of funny. We all kind of are always being sarcastic or ribbing each other, like, love is basically picking on each other. That's, like, all my siblings are the exact same way. So we've kinda talked about it in regards to that exact same thing, and and no shade on my parents. Parents are people doing their best, and I find these traits in myself all the time. But one thing my mom would do, especially if she was, like, upset with us over something when we were kids, is she would do what's called withhold love, or what she called the silence treatment. So, like, if I pissed her off for some I mean, I could literally just laugh the way she said a word. It just depended if she was having a bad day or not, because she's undiagnosed, doesn't go to therapy, all these things. I love you, mom. She would, and I'd be 8 years old. She would do what's called the silent treatment, in her words, where she would not acknowledge you as a human. No eye contact, no speech, no kiss goodnight, no hug in the morning, no lunch packed for you. She ghosted you. She real life ghosted you without the verbiage. And for a while, I remember just being like, "Oh, I have to wait until mom loves me again," and just, like, go about my life. But there was a very pivotal moment when I was, like, in middle school-ish area, like, that preteen era, where I think I was being a little bitch about it. I don't remember where it came from. But you remember when you were a kid, remind me if your parents didn't do this, but if I was, like, pouting, my mom would do the, "Don't smile. Don't you dare smile. Don't. Stop. Don't you," and it would get me to smile every fucking time. I don't know what it is. obstinance. I don't fucking know. It broke me. And one time I was like in late middle school, early high school, because I think I was already at that point where I was like, I'm gonna get away from you soon. I can start towing these lines. And I pissed her off somehow, made fun of something, and she started doing this like, she wouldn't acknowledge me if she glanced her eyes across the room, no silent. And I started doing the don't smile at her and got her to laugh and smile. And it immediately stopped. She did not go back to silent treatment. That meant it was over. And I don't remember like specific details, but I remember that happening and being like, oh, fucking bitch.
Katie wins the game.
And from that moment on, I knew how the fuck to break my mom, and I can still do it to this day. But I think it's a trauma survival technique from like, no one should be withholding love from an 8-year-old because that 8-year-old like laughed because you said Italian instead of Italian. I literally think one of them was, we were like, oh, mom, do you go to Italy too? Why do you have to make fun of me? Boom. Silent treatment, no eyes. You just have to crack her. It became like the drug to crack her. And I think all of my siblings developed that just as along the line. You know what I mean? It is. It's not healthy, but it was better than dealing with that bullshit for days. Dad trauma club? Oh, 100%. My dad died in front of me when I was 7 years old of raging alcoholism and pancreatic cancer. Hard dad trauma club. I kissed him on the forehead as he took his last breath and said, love you, Dad. And he was like, my mom was like, oh, I think your dad just went in our living room. Whoa! I know, but who isn't? I think dads are fake news. To this day, I haven't dated a man with an alive father, and that's not on purpose. I mean, I'm not fucking you. 3 years ago when I met Zach, I was like, God damn it, again? I think dads are fake news. Good job, dads, for sticking around. Try hard. I don't know, man. It's like you're cursed. Mm-hmm. I crisscrossed the fuck out of her, and it still works to this day. My stepdad does it, too. Like, it's the only way to bust her, like, willful mood she's deciding to put out, whatever it is. Ouch. No, slow cloud. What I've learned later in life, I think it's a symptom of like a narcissistic personality disorder, isn't it? When you're able to put yourself above so much that you can put yourself above like the welfare of your 8-year-old. My mom did the scream the house down, huge ass fight, and then ignore it ever happened. Oh God. So all of my brothers are like that. So we had similar, like my brothers, a couple of my brothers specifically are just hotheads, for lack of a better word. They're the type of people I used to describe them as like, you feel like you're walking on eggshells all the time around them. Because one day you could say a joke, they laugh, haha, jovial, best friends, yes, forever, siblings. And the next day you say the exact same joke and they put your head through a wall and you're like, there's no consistency in their behavior. So you feel like you're tiptoeing on eggshells not to crack one around their presence all the time. I have a couple brothers like that. And there were some instances where literally like for Christmas, I got a new dirt bike helmet and I put it on and was walking around all wobbly headed like, ha ha ha, and falled in. And I think I like bumped into one of my brothers and he literally grabbed my helmet and just went, poo. Sorry, that was a spoon that dropped. It made a loud noise. Through a wall next to the Christmas tree. And that hole stayed there forever, but we never spoke of the incident. Like, my mom just, like, pulled me out. And, like, that was it. We had a lot, like, because I was fine. You know what I mean? As long as no one got, like, terminally hurt, injured, it was easy to be like, oh, ha 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 ha. Good thing you had a helmet on, kid. Tee ha ha ha. But, like, I don't know. I'm not going to make excuses. What do you do? I think I'm fine. Did you kill Zeke's dad because you had a crush on Zeke? Dude, I swear to God, I did not. Although it'd been a great plan to like keep my streak going because I'm not making it up. It's just like, and this is like the killer of it, Sea Lion. Like because I don't have a dad, when I was a kid, I used to dream like, oh, someday I'll meet someone who has this killer dad who will like spiritually adopt me as their daughter-in-law and they'll love me and they'll teach me the dad things. And it's just like, oh, they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. You know what I'm saying? The fuck with these dads absent. Dead or yes. It just never stops. Aw, slow. It's all right. I mean, we don't know what we're missing, right? I mean, unless you lost your dad later in life. I really don't remember my dad at all because it's not like something sudden took him. He was an absentee alcoholic who stayed up all night drinking and slept all day. I couldn't even tell you what my dad's voice sounded like. I don't have a memory of him. It's really weird. But he died when I was 7. Like, I should legit have memories. So he just wasn't there. Fuck yeah, Robuscus. And I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy. I have a lot of friends who are men with kids, and they are such fucking good dads. It's wild. And by good dad, I mean just like, of course, bare minimum, which is all I wanted. So when you do the bare minimum, I'm like, oh wow. But when you see dads like, I have friends who will sit like Scott, for instance. It's not just like, don't make me tell your mother what went on here today, which is what I grew up. It was, come here, like, let's have a talk. And he'll go and have a seat with one of his kids, and they'll have a talk about what just happened. A conversation between the two of them where they discuss, like, the behavior that Scott was disapproving of or whatever. And then they hug and they love each other. And, like, I watch that and I'm like, oh, this is why I'm in there. Like, it makes so many things start connecting as to, like, all right, I understand why things aren't as easy for me. And that's okay, because there are some very key elements to like developing as a human being that are not there for me. 100% absent. Like, I don't know how to think of a man as not a sexual object. That's one that I've identified with my therapist. There's no way. Men are fuck for me. Whereas if you had like a nurturing, parent, maybe that wouldn't have been, which is bizarre. I don't know. It's very bizarre. Is Zeke a dad? No, he is not. And he has a vasectomy, so we won't be parents unless it's immaculate and Jesus is real, because let's not knock on wood. Thank you. We got puppers, though. That's our pups. We're dinks. Double income, no kids. We're good. Yeah, we're good. Scott's such a good dad. I mean, I get to watch it firsthand, too. It's crazy. Like, he could brag all day, but he's, like, legit such a good dad. And the way he loves his kids and worries past when you were 3. Oh, shit. In a bike crash? Gross. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's harder or easier not to have a memory of the past parent. I have memories, which can be rough, but I feel like not remembering could be hard too. Yeah. No, I totally get that. It's like, I've actually talked about that a little bit with my therapist. Like, there are chunks of my childhood where they're just gone. And my therapist, we've talked about it. It's probably, we moved a lot. And like, my dad was a raging alcoholic, getting fired from jobs and all this stuff. And it probably was just so tumultuous, my little brain couldn't really figure out how to jot it down really into a I had no, routine, like, until I was, like, 5 years old. There was no such thing as a routine for me. And so because of that, it was just, like, a survival kinda thing, which is really fucking weird to think about because I don't remember feeling that way at all. Um, but I think I'd like the memories, even if they're not, like, the best. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's like a daddy. Yeah. Like a daddy. Yeah. But not like a father, not like a faja. Uh, right, Cake? I mean, it's all sorts of issues. It's weird. Would you and Zeke ever adopt? No, we don't want kids. Neither of us, and not because we're like neither of us hate kids. We both very much enjoy kids. We are children. Like, we are kids. You know what I'm saying? But I think there are people who just want to be parents, and I respect that. Thank you for being those people and having kids for the rest of us. It's never been a drive. I never had a drive to like have a beautiful wedding, have kids, have like some nuclear family because I didn't have it. So I don't think I even knew it existed to be real. So I've never had that drive for any of it. And I still don't. I really like animals. Like, they're great. They're the best. And you can legally like lock them up in boxes for like hours and no one calls the cops. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I wouldn't, but I'm just saying. It's preferable. But yeah, I love my friends' kids. I'm obsessed with my friends' kids. I love hearing about their kids. I love spending time with their kids. I love babysitting. I've just never had the drive to like birth and be a mom. It doesn't feel like me. That felt gross to say out loud. I still have a weird time saying woman. Like, I still think of, like, girl, bitch, she sack. I don't know. I have a weird time with, like, those labels. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's weird. They come with a lot of different identities, and, like, I think because I've never quite settled into whatever my base identity was supposed to be, the sheer idea or, like, whisper of tacking another one on is horrifying. Dude, that starfish butt was fucking funny. Tell me I'm wrong. No shit, my first really solid routine memories were after 7 years old. That's about mine too. Isn't that bizarre? I wonder if there's something about that age, Cable. Mine passed when I was 14, which was already a tough freaking time as a girl. I can't even. And I've, man, it sounds so cold, Liz, but you might be able to identify, and anyone else who's gone through it. I say this without trying to be cruel, but I am glad my dad died when I was younger and not old enough to have had to live with it any longer and be as conscious of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have active memories of my dad being an alcoholic. I don't have any active memories of him, being cruel to my mom, but my mom will tell me stories. She'll be so it's really weird stories. So my mom and dad were together like 8 years before they got married. They got married, went on their honeymoon. My mom noticed cigarette smell bothered her, found out she was pregnant with me. Ta-da! Oopsies, baby. But they had me. And my dad was always an alcoholic. He had a horrible childhood. His mom was insane. Quick example, his freshman year of college, she just picked up and moved with his little sister and didn't tell them. Like, moved from New York to Wisconsin and was like, he went home for Christmas break and there was no one there was a stranger in his house. And he just like had to go to a homeless shelter and then get back to school. It was horrible. So he was an alcoholic from day one, kept getting fired from jobs. My mom was like, let's buy a fucking motel. That will be his best career. He won't want to drink because he can just run his own schedule, da 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 da, all this shit. And that ended up being his downfall because he could literally just binge drink 24/7. But because it was all before I was 7, I don't have any of these like active, horrible memories of him. But my mom will tell me shit like she actually filed for divorce, like literally 2 months before he was diagnosed with cancer. Not knowing he had cancer, she filed for divorce, obviously. When he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, failure, and liver cancer from the drinking and the hepatitis, she was like, fuck the divorce. I'm going to take care of him until he dies because he literally died in like 3 months. Hepatitis takes you real fast. And she would tell me shit like before the reason she filed for the divorce is apparently they got in some sort of fight. Like they yelled a lot at each other. I don't remember. And me, like a little 5-year-old, I was like, Mom, why don't you leave him? Like dragging my bunny rabbit snickerdoodle behind me by its ear in my nightie. Like apparently she's like, that was the moment that I decided I had to leave for you guys and that I couldn't keep like holding out hope for this man because she'd already been with him for like, what now, 13 years. And she said I literally like crawled into her bedroom in the middle of the night because he just slept on a couch downstairs and got wasted with dragging my bunny like, Mom, why don't you leave him? He makes you sad or something like that. I can't even imagine what I would do if a 5-year-old said that. Like, first of all, I'd be like, are you a ghost? Are you possessed? Is this poltergeist? Do I have to sacrifice to a god? Why are you in my house? But if I had a kid, my heart would probably fall out my ass and I'd be like, oh, fuck. Like when a 5-year-old starts picking up on that shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't remember, like I don't think kids remember that shit. I don't remember saying any of that. But I think I'm thankful my mom made that move even though she didn't ultimately divorce him. She took care of him until he died. Because it was quick, but wild. Blaming you, crediting. Not really, neither. Not really. I think as a lot of people do is when kids are the older we get, the higher the kid age gets, you know what I mean? Like at first when you're 15, a kid is like a 3-year-old, and then when you're 30, a kid is an 18-year-old, like, you know what I mean? It keeps going. But I'm sure my mom was looking at me. I think I was like 4 years old. I was even younger. And like, a 4-year-old's not going to pick up on what's going on if every time we yell at each other, I take him into another room. She's told me this exact thing. She was like, if he started yelling because he was drunk, she would take him into another room. And she was like, I just thought it would be out of sight, out of mind, and you wouldn't know it was going on. She always hid their fights from me, which is probably why I don't remember like abuse or anything like that happening. And so the fact that even through all of her concerted efforts to hide what was going on, I still like saw it and I found my mom crying, and that's why I said it. I think that's what scared her because she hid it on purpose because she didn't want any of that to affect myself. I don't even know if Sarah was born yet. She might. Yeah, no, she was born yet. She was definitely born yet. She was born already. She didn't want any of it to affect us, but in her mind, she didn't think because we're so little, you know. But kids are sponges. Like they really do absorb all the things. Hi, Hex. Oh, Kendo, dude, nah. Same shit, man. It's terrible. My mom has a picture of my dad towards the end, and he's quite literally banana colored. Oh, I know. Well, it's so fucking cold, Slow. I wear a million layers this time of year. Like, I've just got layers upon layers. And then they're coming up from the bottom. So, like, really, you're only getting a good 6 inches of actual legging. It's cool. There's no way you're ever going to figure out my clothes this time of year. I'm too cold. It's just like, it's a whole body, like, keep myself out of the environment all the time. It's powerful. I saw that too. I didn't take it as anything. I took it as like, I think my little kidness probably saved a lot of us because I'm glad I didn't have to be around it. Because growing up and being more of a conscious adult and having to deal with an alcoholic dad like that would have been a fucking. I have one memory of him. I had a friend, my friend Molly came over from church because I was a little Catholic girl, and he screamed at her. We were like 5 years old, and he just started bellowing at a friend of mine to the point where we hid in the curtains. That's my only memory of him. Like, we had curtains that went from, like, ceiling to floor, and we hid in them, and that's it. That's not a good sign, right? That was my 7-year-old sister. She asked the same thing to my mom. No shit, and they were 6 months in the separation when he died. Oh, that's crazy. That's wildly similar. Wow. So, question, if it's too personal, thank you for the time check, by the way. If it's too personal, please tell me to fuck off. But, so my mom said that the only reason they found out my dad was sick was when she filed for divorce. She tried to leave with my sister and I, but because my dad was a functioning alcoholic, and still running the motel, kind of, that we had bought this little like hunter's motel in the middle of nowhere. He got to have custody of one of the kids. And so when she tried to leave with my sister and I had to stay. And she was terrified he was going to fall asleep drunk with a cigarette in his hand and like just let this old house from the 70s go up like a matchstick and I would die. And so my mom was fighting this something. I don't remember all the details of it. But basically what happened was my dad went stone cold sober. I don't know. He went from drinking a half gallon of vodka every day and like Budweiser, Bud Light intermittently to just cold turkey because he was so scared when my mom decided to leave him that she would take the kids and we would just like desert him or whatever. And because he still felt like shit after a couple weeks of being stone cold sober, he went to the doctor, found out he had hepatitis and died within 3 months. Wild. And my mom was like, fuck the divorce. Like she's also a medical professional, so she has like the skills to take care of him in a hospice situation. So they got a medical bed at home and everything. But yeah, wild how fast it was. And I never know. I never know if that's how, like, I wonder if that's how people find out, you know? It blows my mind how young my 18-year-old nieces are. When I was 18, I felt so grown. Oh, same. Same. One of my nieces, I think she's about to turn 16. She's like around the driving age, and she recently got caught with a jewel, and her dad had to punish her. And I'm like, I remember when she was born, my dude. She can smoke things? What's happening? It's sick. It is. It's a don't shiver and die on stream. Yeah, it's layers, man. I have so many layers. It's crazy. It's just like wind breaking. No, absolutely, Glut. Thank you. We need to find someone. Metal Meal Meltdown ended yesterday, but Glut thankfully remembered while I was fixing my fucking capture card, which we did fix, thankfully, so we can play like Stray. I still haven't played Stray yet. I have so many games I want to play, but we figured it out, I guess. We didn't really fix it. We just appeased the PC god. For lack, I don't know, the fucking demons in my PCs. We appease them. Nothing's different other than we just moved cords around. But it works now, so we can actually start playing games. But Metal Meal Meltdown did amazing, and KPP raised like $69,6969, which is just it's $6,969.69, right? It's just fucking great. Najee, oh booby. Was it okay though? Yes, I did grow up Catholic. That's exactly where it came from. Yes. Uh-huh. I'm recovering. Can you tell? I did all that Catholic shit as oh my god, I just watched The Best stand-up recently. He said it the best. He's like, you know, all that like Catholic like steps, like there's like a confirmation and then there's no baptism, confirmation, atheism. I fucking peed my pants. Oh, is she? Oh, let's rate KBB because I wanted to rate her the other day and she had already done her show because she did an earlier one for them. Let's do that. I haven't rated her in a while. I miss KPP. I love her. Sorry, my chat did the doubly thing right when I was trying to pull up KBP. Probably because I have my dashboard open on two sides. I'm so sorry. This is the worst. I was expected to be fully grown and mature at 18. I was in the service. I did not think I had my shit together. Dude, I feel that way just going to college. Like they were having me sign up for like loans of, you know, $60,000, $70,000 as an 18-year-old going to college. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I had no fucking idea what I was doing. And to imagine that I was allowed to do that sometimes, like I felt so grown up and put together when I did it. But looking back, it feels illegal what they did. Like like what, you know, a lot of people went through in terms of that kind of shit. And I'm sure military and stuff feels the same. It's very bizarre when you look back on it as an adult. And to think about it, the people making the legislation are adults. So it's not like they're kid. Like they can look back now, but they're still doing it. It's weird. It's real weird. Yeah. Looking back on that shit is very, very bizarre. I think about it a lot. Even when I was a new RT and I didn't know anything and I was allowed to touch patients, I was like, what's happening? Is this allowed to happen? Thinking back on it, like, oh my God, you let me touch people? Thank fuck the ones that are supposed to be alive are alive. I wish I'd done Job Corps before the service, but then I should have gone. Then I would have gone into college if I had a time machine. Just saying. I heard Job Corps was great for a lot of people. Honestly, I had a lot of friends that did Job Corps and came out with excellent like job. You know, that was the thing that I felt that like I went to college for so long because I went to university and then I went and did a medical program when I realized that my 4-year degree did nothing for me at all. And I was kind of like led to believe via different verbiage that like, oh, if you go to college and get a degree, you can get a good job. That's better than whatever you're doing, i.e. working at Lowe's, which is what I was doing, which it wasn't. People at Lowe's still make more than some nurses. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? And when that didn't work out, I was just like, fucking what? What is this? Then what is this? Like, what is this? Like, I can read books on my own without the anxiety behind them. Trade, I wish I would have just done trade school. 100%. 100%. I wish I would have started there and done that. Like, my best education I got was at our community college, actually. Or the technical school. When I was doing, I'm just trying to pull up the raid thing. Don't worry. When I was doing prereqs for my medical program, I wanted to get them done as fast as possible and not like wait, you know, for just the university for them to come up in the schedule or whatever. So I was going to the community college and the technical school and the university all at the same time, like just trying to get them the fuck out of the way. Best education of my life was at the tech school because the classes were dumb small. The teachers were usually like really ridiculously enthusiastic about the subjects. I don't know what the fuck it was. They just gave a fuck. And the class sizes were super small. I think I already said that part. But the other one was the classes tended to be older students. Like a lot of the time it was women who had kids and got married first. And now we're going back to school to do something. And they took school fucking seriously because they were paying for it out of their pocket. And just that atmosphere of like fun people, you know, my age or maybe 5 years older, but that would be like, Katie, shut the fuck up. They're saying something important. Like, that was so helpful for me, and I loved it so fucking much. No, I didn't go to Votech. I went to Bellingham Technical School. Oh my god, no, I am in no way that cool. No, 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 no. I went to, like, the tech school near the college I went to. Oh god. I'm not, like, a genius by any means. I went to a technical school where there's, like, nursing programs and shit just to take some prereqs. Because, like, they don't care where your credits come from. You know what I mean? When you're, like, applying to a program. Like, any sort of what's the term? Like, not extending. Like, when you're continuing, any continuing education course, they don't care where your credits come from as long as they're, like, real accredited colleges. So I was gathering them from every college I could drive to. when I was in massage school, a lot of the women were like ex-military or nurses. They're practically raised me. Oh, I love that so much. That's amazing. Dude, they probably have the strongest fucking hands ever. I went to the Job Corps and they ruined my life. Oh, their training's not federally accredited, so I could not use my welding diploma anywhere. The fuck? How is it? We're gonna have to talk later on about how that's even legal because that's crazy. They were supposed to place me in a line of work in my field, and it never happened to the placement guy they left me with. He set us up in the middle of nowhere and told us to get jobs in retail and said, good luck. That sounds evil and horrible. I am so fucking sorry that happened to you. That's gross. Nurses should make more. I 100% agree. 150 million% agree. It's insane to me that, like, you don't learn that until you start working in it, but I mean, I didn't know one nurse who didn't have more than one job just to survive, and that's sick considering the work they put in. It's pretty wild. Evil genius, I'm no genius. True. All right, we're gonna raid my friend KPP. I have to pee so bad. KPP. Katie Peters Plays is one of my oldest and dearest friends from the RPG scene, as well as the just Twitch sphere. But I've got to meet her IRL multiple times, and she is a fucking sweetheart, and she's an awesome human being. Tomorrow is my usual day off day of the Mondays, but we'll be back on Tuesday, and it is the week of thanks give wangs, where we give wangs to everyone who needs one. So make sure to gather your wangs in the next 48 hours. And on Tuesday, we'll get to work doing that. That being said, we do draw hand turkeys. I think Thanksgiving's kind of, I don't celebrate it, but, you know, whatever. To each their own. Not a fan of turkey. But I do like to draw a hand turkey and glue buttons on it and shit. So if you want to be a child with us and do that. And it's also Viada's birthday, so we'll be singing and being annoying. But if you're taking off because it's holiday stuff and you're going to go hang out with family, I hope you have a good time. I hope it's not tumultuous. Make sure to bring up religion, politics, vaccinations, and, you know, what's something else controversial? I got nothing. Whether or not Melania is real. My raid call message, I actually do have one. It's hella old, but Katie will know it, and it's beautiful. I'm going to type in chat. Hold up. Oh, my keyboard literally froze in that exact moment. Are you kidding? You know what? Use some emotes and do what you want. Katie knows what's up. I will see you guys on Tuesday, though, for whatever you want to. I mean, you know, we can talk about the history of Thanksgiving if you want and all the bullshittery there, but I'd much rather like celebrate Native heritage and all that. That'd be fun. I like learning about tribes. I don't know shit about Colorado. That'd be a fun thing to do. I know all about the West Coast and a little bit about the Nor'easter, but that's like fucking it. I love you guys. Be good. Be nice. I'll see you on the twos. Wash your hands and pee after sex. That's what I was gonna say. And take your joy. I'm sorry, my joy button broke. I'll fix it.